Streaming on clickorlando.com and broadcasting live. You're watching News 6 at 3.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome inside the WKMG newsroom for News 6 at 3, your only live newscast at 3 o'clock. I'm Lisa Bell filling in for Matt Austin.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. It is a brand new week, but we still have a lot of news to get to. Starting with this, crews in Volusia County are battling a fire sparked after the storms we had over the weekend. Maybe you got some of that rain and some of the storminess that went along with it. The Volusia County Fire Union says ongoing drought conditions mixed with lightning from storms this weekend caused a wildfire to spark in the western part of the county. A number of people reached out to us saying they woke up to ash covering their cars. How crazy is that? Now, it's a big fire, too. The county says it covers some 600 acres in the Lake Woodruff National Wildlife Refuge area. Officials say multiple agencies are actively working to contain this fire. News 6's Catherine Silver has an update on the fire. That will happen ahead on the news at 5 o'clock. But such crazy pictures when you see that.
No
and
kidding.
I can't remember the last time I heard people talking about ash on their car.
Yeah, and certainly so many people smelling smoke and wondering what is going on.
happening.
Yeah. All right, a crazy mix-up that gained really international attention is going back before a judge in a Central Florida courtroom. You definitely remember this story, and it's going to be back before a judge in just a matter of minutes now. Attorneys for the Central Florida couple who say they gave birth to the wrong baby and lawyers for the IVF center that they are suing will be in a courtroom in front of a judge for a status hearing. That's coming up at 3:15 this afternoon. According to documents filed on Friday, new information has revealed that laboratory clinic errors at Fertility Center of Orlando and Longwood that attorneys say would substantiate claims for damages and are looking into the possibility of more people who might have been in a similar situation and might have been a victim in this case. Now, we last brought you an update on this story in April when attorneys for the couple behind the lawsuit found the baby's biological parents. News 6 investigator Erica Brigulia will have an update on the custody decision of the baby in this case and the hearing coming up ahead at 4:30.
Well, a wild break-in in Volusia County, and it happened just this morning. Volusia Sheriff's Office deputies were called to a home on Valley Drive. This is in Daytona Beach around 5:30 this morning. Investigators say the ex-boyfriend of a woman who lived there, his name is 26-year-old Bernard Millsap, kicked in the door, fired a gun at least once, and then he ran off. No one was shot or hurt in this, though. Millsap was arrested at his apartment in Holly Hill. It's not clear what caused all of this to happen, but as soon as we get more information, we will pass it on to you. More than 4 years ago, this tragic story happened. A 93-year-old grandmother was found beaten to death inside her senior living apartment. The man accused of killing her is now going on trial.
Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty for Javier Rosado Martinez, who they say targeted Dolores Padilla Marrero just hours after an argument with her daughter. News 6's Mark Lehman takes us through the case as jury selection begins.
Before jury selection got underway, the defense announced that the defendant agreed to plead guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for a life sentence. A committee, however, rejected that plan, with prosecutors saying they were unwilling to drop the sexual battery charge, meaning the death penalty case moves forward.
The state's death penalty review board rejected the offer.
58-year-old Javier Rosado Martinez was in court on Monday as the defense and state began the process of selecting a jury in the capital murder case. He's accused of raping and killing Dolores Padilla Marrero in 2022.
She was brutally murdered by someone she knew, someone she had gone out of her way to help.
The 93-year-old had just celebrated her birthday and was dropped off at this Orange County senior living facility. That's when deputies say Rosado Martinez showed up after getting into a fight with her daughter Nilda, who he was dating.
He could not get in, but he had another resident let him into the building.
Investigators say the cause of death was strangulation and blunt force trauma to the victim's chest. She was found naked on the bed with a pillow pressed against her face. The lead detective saying they found Rosado Martinez's necklace near Dolores.
He always wears that horn, and that's according to the girlfriend. He always wears it, and we found it wrapped in a shirt next to our decedent's body.
A pool of 50 possible jurors were brought in on Monday, with both sides questioning their backgrounds and familiarity with the case. At this point, it's unclear how long it will take to seat a jury. Opening statements are expected later this week. In Orange County, Mark Lehman, News 6.
Only on News 6 tonight, body camera video shows the moments officers encountered a man who was accused of grabbing kitchen knives and threatening his neighbors due to a loud go-kart.
Well, that man is now facing felony charges. Your Claremont community correspondent, Jarrell Baker, walks us through what happened.
Now, investigators say that one of those victims was a teenager that came right here to Aaron Boulevard on Monday to work on a go-kart with his friend. But he quickly sped off on his four-wheeler after being so scared that purportedly one of the victims fell to their knees and begged for them not to be harmed.
This is body camera video of Lake County deputies arresting Richard Carter Monday night in Claremont after an argument over a noisy go-kart allegedly escalated into a knife-wielding standoff.
It's been alleged that you went over there and confronted them and you picked up a knife off of the table.
Oh, I grabbed the first thing I grabbed. That wasn't nothing.
Investigators say that it happened all right here on Aaron Boulevard in Claremont on Monday when the two victims were inside a neighbor's garage revving the engine of a go-kart trying to make adjustments.
Witnesses told investigators Carter marched across the street shouting and demanding one of the young men to get the F out of his neighborhood.
I thought I was going to grab a wrench, too.
Why?
I don't know. I was mad.
That's when the situation turned dangerous. Deputies say that Carter hurled a lawn chair across the driveway before grabbing a chef's knife and a meat cleaver. According to the arrest report, Carter threatened to bash their heads in if the go-kart engine started again. One of the victims told investigators that he dropped to his knees and begged Carter not to hurt him.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, Richard, you just said that you went and picked up the first thing you could get out of your anger when you confronted them, and it was a knife, Richard.
I didn't.
You can't do that.
Carter was arrested and is facing 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. He was released on bond Tuesday.
Now, I did speak with one of the victims this week. He did not want to go on camera, but he, as well as several neighbors, say that that doesn't match Carter's behavior, and they're shocked that the situation even happened. They believe that he was just having a bad day. Now, I did reach out to Carter and go to his house and try to speak with his family, but they declined to comment. I'm your Lake County Community correspondent, Jarrell Baker.
Wow.
Boy, that is some kind of a bad day.
That was intense,
It could have been a lot worse for the people he was targeting.
No kidding. Well, Deion Sanders famously said, "Look good, feel good," but one guy probably didn't feel too great, even though he was caught with a nice fit.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
It's a nice pink suit you got there.
Yeah, I know. I bought it like 2 days ago.
Oh, boy.
Looking sharp. Lady Lake police pulled over a guy riding a tricycle Saturday night for speeding. He was going 60 and 45, and officers learned he had no paperwork for that vehicle, nor did he have a driver's license, and he told them why.
What happened in Alachua County where you didn't pay a traffic fine?
My license was revoked. I mean, why pay a fine? I think the fine was for like a parking old fine, but why pay it if I'm not going to get my license back?
So this time he was arrested and cited for driving with a suspended license and operating an unregistered vehicle. But that is a nice pink suit.
It's very nice, but I give him credit for being so transparent. He's like, yeah, I didn't pay some tickets. I didn't pay some fines.
Duh.
Why paid it? Your license is suspended. He said too much. All right, well, a woman is in trouble after a neighborhood cat attacked multiple people and even a dog. The Polk County Sheriff's Office says that a woman was feeding stray cats in her Lakeland neighborhood when it suddenly attacked 5 people and a 4-month-old puppy. Animal control officers placed traps trying to find that animal, but it couldn't. Someone, though, did find a dead animal under their home, and when it was checked out, it was found to be the cat behind the attacks. Then they sent the cat's body to be tested. It came back positive for rabies. The woman who fed the cat was cited for having roaming cats, not vaccinating the cat, and for injury to a person as a result of her negligence. A lot of people think they're doing, and I've been guilty of it. You feed a stray animal, but you
Mm-hmm.
got to know there are consequences too if you don't know where that cat has been or if
Yeah.
it's safe to be in the community.
Well, a popular spot along the Brevard County coast is getting some major upgrades. Officials celebrated the grand opening at a new beach pavilion and playground at Jetty Park at Port Canaveral. The new beachside pavilion includes a large covered structure with picnic-style seating and restrooms with electrical connections to accommodate up to 3 rotating local food trucks. The new playground features multiple slides, climbing bars, accessible ADA elements, soft turf surfacing, and shade structures, allowing families to enjoy the space year-round. These upgrades follow the new $2.7 million camp store. More improvements are scheduled as well, including enhanced guest cabins, a dog park, updated bathhouses, improved roadways and lighting, and newly paved RV and camping sites. Looks good.
It does look good. All right, well, a new way to cap off an epic day at the theme parks was just announced. I love this. Universal Orlando announced on social media that it's adding a new show at Epic Universe, Celestial Good Night. The show will feature fireworks, dancing fountains, and music at the park. Now, crews drained pools in Celestial Park to work on upgrades to those dancing fountains. The show is set to premiere on July 7th. I would have bet good money that it would have at least been for July 4th.
Oh,
Right?
that would have been a good idea. Yeah.
But I think some other theme parks probably
Right.
have that handled
Yes, yes.
already. All right, potential changes surrounding property tax continues to be the biggest topic local governments are discussing. The debate happening in one city on how to move forward.
Plus, what a number of you are saying about potentially more self-driving cars coming to Central Florida. We'll have that after the break.
Bracing for potential cuts, I'm your Osceola County community correspondent Stephanie Rodriguez in St. Cloud. It's just the latest municipality to hold a workshop to discuss the potential impacts of property tax reform. I asked residents here what they think about the potential changes.
It's just not fair.
Shelley Giroux rents in St. Cloud but owns a home in Tennessee. She hasn't sold it and bought in Florida because she worries about property taxes.
I'd pay a house off, but just the taxes at my age, I'm getting ready to do Social Security. I wouldn't be able to pay them.
She's all for the proposal that would exempt the first $150,000 of a homestead property's value from taxation, then up to $250,000 in 2028. Most of the homes here in St. Cloud do have the homestead exemption. According to the city, 67.8% of homes have it. That's every 2 out of 3 homes. Supporters believe it would bring meaningful relief.
So it's a yes for me. And I think it's fair that people that don't live here should have to pay their taxes on a second home.
But critics argue it'll cripple local governments' budgets.
It just doesn't make sense.
Dale Woodcock finds his property taxes to be relatively low and worries this will increase taxes elsewhere.
Somehow the city has to raise taxes to support police and fire, keep the roads up and everything. So if we have this reform where nobody pays property taxes, then the only way the city can raise money is through user fees. So then your water bills go up, all your licensings go up.
If this passes, the mayor of Sanford said the city would lose $15 million in revenue. Leaders in Oviedo warn an $18.2 million police station expansion could be at risk, while Ocoee officials project losing $4.1 million next year and up to $8 million by 2028. Voters will weigh in on the amendment in November. It will need at least 60% approval to pass. I'm your Osceola County community correspondent, Stephanie Rodriguez, News 6.
All right, no matter what you're talking about, if someone's not listening to you, just go property taxes, and then all of a sudden you have their attention.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very interesting topic of debate right now. It's also the topic of our poll of the day. So take out your phone, scan that QR code you see on your screen. It'll take you to our question of the day. We want to know, would you like to see property taxes thrown out in Florida?
Look at there.
So 86% of the people say yes, 5% saying depends on specifics. That's the thing, and every municipality is going to come out and say, well, this is what's going to happen if we lose revenue.
And that's going to be...
So we'll have to see.
Yeah, that's the fly in the ointment, so to speak. Well, Waymo rolled out driverless taxi services earlier this year, but they may not be the only ones in Central Florida.
Another company is testing something similar. Our social media guru DJ is looking into it and what you have to say about it.
All right, I see Tesla Cybertrucks everywhere in Florida. Check this out. One of our News 6 photographers spotted a Tesla Cyber Cab rolling through Orlando on Monday. This is supposed to be Tesla's new fully autonomous two-seater, and it will reportedly have no steering wheel or pedals. These vehicles are in production at Giga Texas, and Orlando is reportedly on the priority rollout list. So we posted this video on the News 6 Facebook and asked you, would you ever ride one? And the responses aren't that surprising. Absolutely not. Is the idea to create as much chaos as possible? There's absolutely no way I'd get into one of these. By the sound of it, people aren't too excited for the Cybercab. But what about Waymo? Catherine says, I've been seeing them all over. We should be getting those soon too, I imagine. Well, Catherine, actually, we reported this back in April, that Waymo has already made its autonomous ride-hailing service available to everyone in the Orlando area. Our Alex Cook even tested out a Waymo to see how expensive it is and how it compares to an Uber. So if you're interested in that report, you can go to the QR code on the screen. But it's looking more and more like the future of autonomous ride-hailing services is here. So what do you think? Are you supportive of the technology, or is it just going to be chaos?
You know, on social media, when families visit other places and the first thing they do is hail a driverless taxi, it becomes a big part of their vacation. Like, they start blogging more about that than the vacation itself, just catching the ride.
Well, there are Waymo crashes with humans behind the wheel, in my opinion. But certainly when we do see one of those cars involved, you know, it makes headlines everywhere. So
I would rather go with the one that's tried and true a little bit, with the Waymo.
The Waymo?
It's tested a little bit, as opposed to, I mean, you can't do the Tesla right now anyway, but still, I'll get a little,
give it a little
more time. Yeah.
All right, after the break, the technology the government says is too powerful to let us use.
Plus, the money you could be owed from your cable provider. Coming up.
Hey there, I'm News 6 anchor Amy Russo. Comcast customers could be getting some money back following a cybersecurity breach, and concerns over AI has one of the industry leaders limiting what people can do with its technology. We're going to get right over to Maribel Aber in today's Money Matters. And Maribel, this move comes amid a fight between Anthropic and President Trump.
That's right. Anthropic is restricting access to its most powerful AI models at the direction of the U.S. government. The company says it was ordered to block foreign nationals from using its Mythos 5 and Fable 5 models. The directive cited national security concerns without giving specifics. It also cuts off access for many foreign nationals working at Anthropic. Now, the move marks one of the most sweeping government actions involving a commercial AI model to date. The administration has not responded to requests for comment. Amy.
All right, very interesting there. And class action lawsuits stemming from a 2023 data breach. It could mean cash for some Comcast customers. I know we want to hear about this one.
It could mean, Comcast has agreed to pay nearly $118 million to settle a cybersecurity breach class action lawsuit. The breach exposed the personal information of millions of Xfinity customers in 2023. According to Comcast, that includes usernames, it includes passwords, and the last 4 digits of social security numbers. Eligible customers should have received a notice with instructions on how to file a claim by August 14th. The total payout amounts will be based on the final number of claims. Customers who can show lost time or out-of-pocket expenses should receive up to $10,000. More information is available at ComcastBreachSettlement.com. ClickOrlando.com. Amy.
Wow, very informative there. Maribel, thank you so much. And remember, to get the latest money and consumer news anytime, all you need to do is head to our website, ClickOrlando.com.
Well, more Americans are having trouble getting into their first homes, and this is why. A record 242 cities in the United States now have typical starter homes that cost more than $1 million.
That's insane.
That is. That's 3 times the amount compared to February of 2020. Florida has the 4th most cities with homes starting at that price, with 11 cities. The study done by Zillow did not mention where those cities were, but if you look outside of major metro areas, starting home prices are much lower, just shy of $200,000 in some cases. That number is still up 1.7% from just 1 year ago.
And you wonder why these kids aren't going, why they aren't leaving home. They're staying longer with families. Who can afford that?
Who can afford that? And then, it just has implications everywhere. We talk a lot about a lot of people not having babies.
Yes.
Well, when a house costs $1 million,
a baby's at least 10.
Right, yeah.
All right, speaking of home prices, the new affordable housing option coming to people living in one part of Orange County.
And ahead at 4, the work coming to address a problem we've seen time and time again on one Central Florida road. We'll have that coming up. All right, we want to head out live to California. This is Southern California, where a B-52 Stratofortress crashed shortly after takeoff at an Air Force base. Emergency crews were responding after the aircraft went down at around 11:20 a.m. at Edwards Air Force Base. That's about due east from Santa Barbara, to give you an idea of where that is. The military said on the social platform X there was no immediate information on whether anyone was hurt. A B-52, though, is typically crewed by 5 people.
That looks pretty bad, too.
Well, it is an issue we've covered in a number of communities lately. Small businesses getting pushed out to make way for some larger chains.
Yeah, and in some cases, these big anchor stores that have been there for a long time, in business for decades, are being forced to close or even move out of the area. So your Winter Park community correspondent, Jana Manahol, joins us now to talk about this. And Jana, this is happening right in the heart of Winter Park.
That's right. If you've been on Park Ave, you know it's known for its smaller boutique type of stores. Toonie's is right on Park Ave. It's been in this particular storefront for 33 years. They've spent 40 years, though, on Park Ave itself. Wow. They posted on Saturday that they would be closing, and they have a month to move out. They were bought over by a retail development space, and they said that they need to make space for, like you said, a national brand. They have no word on what that national brand is, but they said they were only given till July 12th to move out, and they're really frustrated because they just wanted some more time in that space.
Yeah.
The one thing I would ask for is just more time. You know, why not give us 90 days? You know, why not give us 60 days even? Just more time. And when they redevelop this, you know, I wish that they would keep the local flavor.
Is that aspect of wanting to have a mom and pop shop down the street. So next to that Toonie's Park Ave space is the Park Avenue Hotel and a few other of those smaller owned businesses. They have not gotten any word of whether or not they're supposed to shut their doors in a month.
But I bet they're nervous.
They're extremely nervous because they also have no place to go right now. They have no other storefront that's been leased to them yet, so they're asking the community now. Again, they posted Saturday, if you have any for lease options anywhere within Park Avenue or within downtown Winter Park, to send it their way.
I mean, you're really at the mercy of your landlord in that case. You would, are city officials weighing in on this?
So nothing from the city officials yet, nothing from the Chamber of Commerce. The Park Avenue District, though, which Toonie's is a part of, they did say that change is natural. Change is going to happen in a business district like Park Avenue District. They've had change in the past. They'll have change in the future, but they're not going to lose that mom and pop feel. They just wish
nobody
Toonie's
likes
the
it when
best.
you are the change, when the change is like you have to leave. But this isn't unique to Winter Park, because we've reported on other like unique downtowns that are losing that hometown, that small town feel, because they are being bought out by bigger businesses. And it's just one of those things you have to fight against if you want to keep the community feeling like a community.
Absolutely.
All right, Jana, we'll look for your report coming up a little bit later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
An Orange County couple returned home after going out shopping to find their house just engulfed in flames.
Yeah, as your Orange County community correspondent Jarrell Baker explains, crews had a tough time getting things under control.
A local family of seniors will have to find a new place to stay after they came home and found this after their shopping trip. Orange County crews said that their house was engulfed in flames Sunday afternoon right here off of Avonwood Court. The moment Mary Godfrey saw thick black smoke and flames shooting into the sky above Avonwood Court near Maitland, she feared the worst, and unfortunately, she was right.
I've been in the house for so many years, and I see all these homeless people around here, and I don't want to be homeless like them.
Orange County Fire Rescue and multiple crews rushed to the scene just after 4:30 Sunday afternoon. Firefighters found the home overwhelmed by heavy fire.
This house has heavy fire damage. The residents are going to be displaced for some time.
This home may look familiar. News 6 featured the property in 2016 after it accumulated more than $2.5 million in code enforcement fines and liens.
I would like to move back in, yes. But it's going to take a lot to get all the junk out of here.
Homeowner Bill Zorn says that he inherited the property 25 years ago and has struggled to keep up with costly repairs.
When they put a lien on the house, there was no way of getting anybody to put a roof on the house, and there was no way of getting my equity out of my house.
While investigators are still working to determine the cause, firefighters say the poor condition of the home created major challenges.
They had heavy fuel load, so a lot of stuff inside the home when the crews arrived here made it hard for them to get inside to make the interior attack. And like I said, when they got here on scene, as you can see, they were met with heavy fire already.
The Red Cross is helping Bill and Mary with housing, food, clothing, and other resources. Orange County Fire Rescue says that there were no injuries and they're still investigating exactly what led to this fire. And once we learn those new updates, we'll let you know. Here in Orange County, Jarrell Baker, News 6.
Well, a pair of teens are in some pretty hot water this afternoon after leading officers on a high-speed multi-county chase.
This is crazy.
It is crazy. Pasco County Sheriff's deputies tried pulling the two 16-year-olds over. Take a look at this video. They were traveling on I-4 and I-75 before going on local roads in Hillsborough County. Officials say the car reached 120 miles per hour and ran red lights during the chase. Deputies called in FHP to help out, and a trooper was able to stop the car using a pit maneuver. After detaining the teens, troopers learned the car was stolen from St. Petersburg, and the two also had active warrants out of Pinellas County. They were both charged with grand theft auto and fleeing and eluding at high speeds.
I mean, teens can barely drive anyway, but driving like that and so fast.
Lucky no one was hurt.
Yeah, that is for sure. Well, lucky no one was hurt in this next story either, but a Florida man is behind bars after he was found with open containers in his car. And I don't mean 1, 2, or 10 containers.
Wow.
There are a lot. FHP troopers pulled the car over. It was going 90 on I-75 in Pasco County Friday night with 34 open cans of White Claw in the passenger seat. He was also cited for just having, because it was White Claw. Yeah. Maybe not surprising though, the driver appeared to be heavily intoxicated, and he was found with a blood alcohol content of more than twice the legal limit. More than twice. The driver was arrested for DUI. Again, one of those stories, I mean, we can look at it now, and that is crazy to see that just piled up in the front seat, but nobody was hurt in this. He didn't kill somebody.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, we just talked about it, the sky-high housing costs, and certainly we're experiencing that across Central Florida. Now some local leaders are trying to create some relief.
Yeah, Orange County just cut the ribbon on a new affordable apartment community in Pine Hills aimed at working families and also seniors. Your Orange County community correspondent Amy Russo shows us why projects like this can't come fast enough.
We keep telling you the same thing. People in our area struggling to find a place to live. In fact, the Coalition for the Homeless of Central Florida, they say there's 2,700 people in Orange, Seminole, and Osceola counties that are experiencing homelessness. And while today's grand opening, it is not a cure-all, leaders do say it's a step in the right direction. The goal of this newest phase of Emerald Villas is to put a dent in the need for affordable housing.
1, 2, 3.
And while it's called affordable, the feel is anything but basic. Leaders say this is housing with amenities built for people who've been priced out of the market.
These people have that opportunity today. Some are low income, some are very low income persons, but they deserve to have quality housing just like anybody else.
This property also comes with a past. Deming says years ago, when he worked in law enforcement, this was a place he stopped at often for all of the wrong reasons. But after a 3-phase redevelopment, he says it's been transformed.
There's been a complete transition. We have families living here, we have seniors living here, and then we have other persons who are living here. And as a result of that, these units are very affordable for people to live in.
Phase 3 adds 90 units aimed at households making 50 to 80% of the area median income.
Florida continues to face some of the worst housing crisis and rising costs in the country, which is why investing in quality, affordable housing is more important now than ever.
Mayor Deming says Emerald Villas is part of a broader push to redevelop the Pine Hills area. And there are more projects on the way. We're tracking all of them. You can check them out over on our website, clickorlando.com. I'm your Orange County community correspondent, Amy Russo, News 6.
All right, good luck, because that's the one big issue we have all over the country, and especially here in Central Florida.
No kidding.
All right, UCF's Athletic League is suing one of its member schools over a controversial decision that happened last week. Just last week, a judge in Lubbock, Texas, granted an injunction to Texas Tech, which is located in Lubbock, of course, to allow quarterback Brendan Sorsby to play this season. Now, Sorsby admitted to breaking NCAA rules by betting thousands of times, including on teams he was playing for, and was suspended for it. So today, the Big 12 filed a federal lawsuit against Texas Tech, the judge in the case, and the Texas Attorney General, seeking to allow the league to punish Sorsby for betting. The league is also meeting today to discuss potential punishment for Sorsby, but sources say they're not expected to make any final decisions yet. Our sports director, Jamie Say, is digging into the lawsuit, and we'll have more ahead on the news coming up at 4:30.
A lot of implications associated with that case for sure.
It's a big issue.
It really is. Speaking of college football, there are some renovations coming to a Florida stadium. The University of Florida posting new renderings of upgrades coming to the Swamp. Look at that.
Wow, that doesn't look swampy at all.
Right? The school's
Swanky.
website says the renovation will modernize the game day experience with improved entrances, wider concourses, easier seat access, upgraded food and beverage options, expanded concession offerings, faster service, enhanced connectivity, and additional seating choices. The capacity will not change, neither will the lower bowl or iconic orange walls. Construction is expected to begin as soon as this coming season ends, with completion targeted before the 2030 season.
That
Looks
rendering
nice.
looks really, really nice.
All right, we'll get a check of the weather from meteorologist Julie Broughton coming up after the break.
Plus, a Central Florida hero is being laid to rest. We'll have more coming up.
Your Monday evening traffic alert. You're going to have to watch out for some lane closures, pretty serious ones all across Central Florida overnight. First one, I-4 east and westbound, out by the Dr. Phillips area. And then, of course, construction happening along Lee Road, just west there of I-4. Overnight, both directions, 417 northbound as well. And then a major lane closure as you're headed northbound along I-95. You're going to pass State Road 528. Right at the interchange towards Grissom Parkway there. That ramp will be shut down overnight. They'll both have construction and law enforcement presence out there to give you that warning. Just make sure you're paying attention. I'm Trooper Steve with your News 6 traffic alert. Drive safely. I'll catch you in the morning.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Bill Ray Nissan Longwood. We do it the right way.
Welcome back to News 6 at 3, everybody. This is a look at our Daytona Beach cam. I don't know if that's a beautiful looking beach day out there right now. It looks a little hazy to me. Is that the heat hanging in the air?
That is some heavy rain that we are seeing in Volusia and Flagler County right now. So you can see all of those dark clouds out there. And that's where we're mostly seeing the rain right now.
So I was right. Not a good beach time right there.
You know, it would have been a nice beach day earlier, but not so much at the moment. Here's a look at what we're talking about. Again, another shot for you showing those dark clouds out there. 78 degrees, so that rain cooled air in place in Daytona Beach. Here's a look at the radar, and again, primarily Volusia and Flagler counties, as well as parts of northern Lake County, are who is dealing with the rain right now. As we go in a little bit closer into Flagler County, you do have a special weather statement in that white box. That includes Palm Coast, Beverly Beach, Flagler Beach. That is because of winds gusting up to 40 to 50 miles per hour as these showers track off toward the east. Going a little bit farther to the south, Daytona Beach, Port Orange, Ponce Inlet, New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater, all seeing some heavy rain as we go back toward the west, Deltona, so right along I-4. If you're heading maybe from Sanford up to the Deltona area, you are looking at some likely bad road conditions. Back toward DeLand and Orange City, Pearson also seeing some of that. Now here's a look at what we can expect as we move through the rest of the evening hours. Again, pulling out a little bit wider, some more showers developing back into Lake County. As we take you through the rest of the afternoon, we'll continue to see those sea breeze boundaries interacting. So 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, I think the heaviest rain will be along I-95 by that time. Again, the East Coast is who is favored for some of those heavier showers and stronger thunderstorms. And we can't rule out a few more strong thunderstorms similar to what we've seen the last few days. 8 o'clock this evening, even some of that still hanging around. I think most of it will wind down by between 9 and 10 o'clock, and then we clear things out overnight. Now, the rainfall totals have been pretty hefty in some spots, more than 4 inches of rain in the Winter Park area, talking about close to more than 2 inches of rain in Palm Bay. So we've seen on average over the last week between 3 and 6 inches of rain, which is helping our drought numbers. Here's a look at our temperatures. 94 right now in Orlando. It is 95 in Titusville and 90 in Wildwood. Ooh. Here's how it feels. So a lot of spots feeling like the triple digits, and this will be the same setup as we roll through the next several days with those afternoon showers and storms and feeling like 100 or warmer.
Yeah, we could do without the severe stuff, but I tell you, the grass has really awakened, and it's so nice to see that without having to just do your own thing. All right, how can we keep up with all these changing conditions?
You can, of course, download our free app if you haven't already. Just search WKMG in your app store.
Friends and family came together to celebrate the life of fallen soldier 19-year-old Mariah Collington here in Apopka. I'm your Orange County community correspondent, Jana Manahal, and we take you inside her celebration of life.
The girl who danced like nobody was watching and somehow convinced the rest of us to dance too. The girl whose energy was impossible to ignore and whose presence made every moment better.
A church filled with family, friends, and fellow soldiers gathered Saturday to celebrate the life of Army Specialist Mariah Collington. At just 19 years old, Collington died while serving in Morocco. Throughout the service, loved ones reflected on the impact she made both in and out of uniform.
As we reflect on Mariah's life, we may find comfort in our shared memories and strengths in the example she left behind. Specialist Mariah Collington exemplified what it means to be a strong, respectable soldier.
Those who served alongside Collington remembered a young soldier whose future was just beginning.
It is with heavy heart and saddens me that I will not get to see the career that Mariah had in front of her.
Military honors marked the end of the service as family prepared to say farewell one final time.
We have lost a remarkable soldier, a cherished friend, a beloved daughter, and a very valuable member of the 3rd Platoon family.
For now in Apopka, I'm your Orange County community correspondent, Jana Manahal, News 6.
certainly appreciate her and her family's service.
Absolutely. All right, well, a woman's motherly instincts kicked in when she needed to go and protect one of her kids. Take a look at this. Security camera video captured the moments a cougar chased after and attacked some Nigerian dwarf goats on a woman's farm in Canada. You can see it there. It looks like the goat is done for as the cougar latches on to the animal's neck. But take a look. The farmer runs up and full on punts the cougar right in the ribs. It let go of the goat and the woman chased it away.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's hard to look at. But everybody's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now to a much more gentle feline attack, you might say. Take a look. A cat took to the stage and stole the show during the final scene of the Romeo and Juliet ballet performed by the Imperial Russian Ballet Company. This was in Turkey. No one knows.
Just a random
just
cat?
a random cat on stage. The cat
Attacking
can be seen
Romeo?
clawing at
Oh my
Romeo's
gosh.
hair
Is the
as
cat-
he is dead on stage, right? While Juliet agonizes over the loss of her lover.
I think we need to call it Julie Cat.
The ballet dancers continue their performance as usual, while the cat later climbs atop one of the props.
I want to hear what the audience was doing. I mean, because you would assume at this point the audience just is silent, right? But then when you see, I don't know how
keep
you
watching. I would just like to say this was an Academy Award performance.
That was terrible.
After the break, thousands of years of history being uncovered in Florida. I tried.
No, that's awful. All right, we'll be right back.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
Some college students in North Florida are uncovering thousands of years of history and learning more about the people who used to call Florida home.
Well, Janice Harris with our sister station in Jacksonville was there as they made some incredible discoveries.
Liliana Betancourt is finding a treasure of history along the St. Johns River.
An orange sherd, orange is some of the oldest in North America. It dates from 2500 BCE to about 500 BCE.
Students at the University of North Florida are going back in time, finding pottery from indigenous people that lived here over 1,000 to 2,000 years ago in Jacksonville. This is some of the oldest pottery in North America. If you look closely, you can see small, thin lines.
Those are from wooden paddles that they use to stamp over the clay before they fire it.
Finding these unique pieces of history, it takes time, and it requires patience and attention to detail. Keith Ashley has been an archaeologist for decades.
We're in week 5 of a 6-week course, so students are out here really kind of learning archaeology, how to do archaeology in the fields.
And some previous students return.
This is my 5th year doing a field school out here. And the first time I did it, I kind of fell in love with archaeology. But it's a very rewarding experience, kind of being out here during the dig and then helping with lab analysis.
Betancourt finds more pieces.
It's sand-tempered plain. Let's see, is there anything cool to even note about? There's some like small finger marks in it. You can see where the person who was making it ran their fingers along the inside.
The color seems uneven. It's because the fire used to heat it and shape it may have been uneven as well. It's not just about finding these pieces of pottery, it's also about discovering their culture.
So we're really trying to understand the indigenous history of Jacksonville area of northeastern Florida. So every summer we find a place to excavate.
Today they are on an island on the north side of the St. Johns River. Jacksonville's history of indigenous people and how they lived is being found and preserved so that it can be remembered for generations to come.
Really cool stuff that they're doing. All right, we're getting ready for News 6 at 4.
Yeah, Claremont, there's been an update to a homicide arrest. We're going to have more from correspondent Alex Cook. And then also there were some devastating storms in the Chicago area. Coming up on the News at 4, we'll tell you how folks in Central Florida are helping out.
Coming up on News 6 at 4, an arrest made in Lake County for a murder from a month ago. What we're learning as officials give an update on the investigation.
Plus, we have a sad update. We're learning the identities of twins who drowned in a pool while on vacation. Plus, we'll tell you how you can help the family.
And world leaders gathering in France just a day after President Trump reaches a ceasefire deal with Iran. What this could mean going forward.
Streaming on clickorlando.com and broadcasting live. You're watching News 6 at 4.
New details this afternoon in a deadly shooting investigation that started last month in Claremont.
Just within the last few minutes, the police chief announced the man who initially claimed self-defense is now facing a first-degree murder charge.
This is News 6 at 4.
Yeah, let's get right out to News 6's Alex Cook, who was at today's news conference this afternoon. He joins us live at the scene of the shooting with what authorities say has changed, Alex.
That's right. There was never any question about if Kirby shot someone. The question was if it was legally justified right here at this home behind me. Now, after investigating for weeks, Claremont police say that they have enough evidence to charge Kirby with first-degree murder. Let's take a look at his mugshot. Police say Kirby Allen Smith shot and killed Michael Rodriguez at his home here on Linton Court May 20th. Smith told investigators he acted in self-defense and was released while detectives continued their investigation. Last Saturday, they said they had all the evidence they needed and with the help of the Mid-Florida SWAT team, arrested Smith at this home where they say he shot Rodriguez. They said Rodriguez had been staying with Smith in the home for weeks, and the day he was shot, the two men had been arguing all day. They said Smith admitted to shooting Rodriguez from the very beginning. Well, you just said he admitted to a murder, so was there some confession or something from Smith?
The initial call, subject call dispatch said, I shot my friend, essentially.
So he said that he shot him, but that's back when he was still saying it was self-defense.
But it is still, it's taking someone's life, so it is, a murder. We had to determine whether it was justified or not justified, or is criminal or not criminal.
Police say that weeks-long investigation involved multiple interviews and forensic evidence to determine that he had not been acting in self-defense, but that they could charge him with first-degree murder. I've been out here talking to some neighbors on the street, and we'll have more about what they say about all this coming up on News 6 at 5. For now, live in Claremont, Alex Cook, News 6.
Alex, thank you. Drought-like conditions are still causing fires to pop up around Volusia County. Officials say lightning is the cause of a 600-acre brush fire in the western part of the county. We got a call from a viewer in DeLand who said she saw ash in places. Our Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed says her car was covered in it. Florida Forest Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and other units are on scene working to fully contain the fire.
Well, speaking of Volusia County, on your screen right now is a live look over Daytona Beach. We see lots of cloud cover at 4:02 on your Monday afternoon. Now, this is definitely where you could really feel the heat this weekend. Meteorologist Julie Broughton joins us now with what we can expect this week. Sounds like triple digits for feels-like temps.
Absolutely, and that is going to stick around not just today, but through the next several days. We'll give you another perspective outside. This is our Light Orlando delivering hope together over downtown Orlando camera. You can see clouds really thick there, sitting at 93 degrees. And notice our winds coming in out of the west-southwest. That is kicking our temperatures up into the 90s, even along the coast. Now, we were talking about those fires in Volusia County. Those were likely sparked by lightning, a lot of lightning, as well as heavy rain, again, stretching from DeLand down through Orange City and over through New Smyrna Beach and Oak Hill, all seeing some heavy showers. We've also seen some heavy rain and stronger thunderstorms in Flagler County as well. We'll track some more showers and storms and talk about the heat coming up in just a few minutes.
Julie, we thank you. We turn now to an update on that tragic drowning of 5-year-old twin sisters. We can show you this. A GoFundMe has been set up for Paisley and Parker. Their family is now asking for help with their funeral costs. The girls were found unresponsive at the bottom of a pool Friday morning. It was at a vacation rental in Kissimmee. Deputies say the night before, everyone who was staying at the rental got in the pool, and they say they all got out together. Detectives say the next morning, when the adults left the home to get food, that is when the twins were found at the bottom of the pool, unresponsive by an older teen who was at home. We've learned a homicide detective is now investigating the drowning.
A disruption of gunfire in a Daytona Beach neighborhood leads to the arrest of one man, according to the Volusia Sheriff's Office. This all happened early this morning in Holly Hill. Deputies say they responded to a home on Valley Drive around 5:30 this morning. They say a woman's ex-boyfriend, Bernard Millsap Jr., kicked in the door, broke into the house, fired a handgun, then took off. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Millsap surrendered to police and was arrested without incident hours later, around 11 a.m. Records show Millsap has previous arrests.
Well, some people dress up for theater, others dress up for church, but one man dressed up just in time for his arrest. Take a look.
How you doing? I'm doing all right. It's a nice pink suit you got there.
Yeah, I know.
So
I bought it like 2 days ago.
Spiffy. Lady Lake Police pulled that man over riding a tricycle Saturday night for speeding. He was going 60 in a 45, and police learned he had no paperwork for the vehicle. He also did not have a driver's license. And without being prompted, he told the officers why.
what happened in Alachua County where you didn't pay a traffic fine?
My license was revoked. I mean, why pay a fine? I think the fine was for like a parking old fine, but why pay it if I'm not going to get my license back?
So he was arrested and cited for driving with a suspended license and operating an unregistered vehicle. At last check, we can tell you he did look good.
Right now, the White House says the U.S. and Iran have both signed a memorandum of understanding, which calls for the end of fighting. This coming as President Trump is in France to meet with world leaders during the G7 summit. Torian Small has more from the White House.
President Trump arrived in Evian, France for the start of the G7 summit with news of a tentative deal between the U.S. and Iran. But few details have been released.
This is a very powerful document, and I want it to be released, so probably pretty soon. I would say sometime after Friday.
President Trump says the U.S. will immediately end its naval blockade of Iranian ports in exchange for Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz upon the signing of the deal on Friday. But Iranian media reports the regime will have 30 days to demine and reopen the strait.
With the structure of this deal surrendering a fair amount of American leverage up front, I think the Iranians have successfully leveraged their closure of the strait to set themselves up for some degree of success in these ongoing negotiations.
Iran also says it will charge fees to transit the strait, something the U.S. has said is not acceptable.
The deal sets up talks of what will happen with Iran's nuclear program, with details to be negotiated over the next 60 days following the signing.
The main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. They fully agreed to that with strong policing powers, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, which is what it was all about.
Iran is also insisting the agreement will immediately end the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah militants in Lebanon. In Israel, there is pushback against the deal.
For the matter of, national security of Israel, this is the worst agreement that could ever be done.
Vice President J.D. Vance says the U.S. expects Israel to abide by the terms of the agreement. Torian Small, CBS News, the White House.
And right now, the national average for regular unleaded is just over $4. In Florida, it's lower than that at $3.81 a gallon. That is about 3 cents more from last week. And as a comparison, at this time last year, the price in Florida was under $3.
Well, it's an area you may know if you've ever been through Marion County, a bridge that's been hit quite a few times as trucks pass by. Now that bridge is being raised to try and fix some of those issues. Our Trooper Steve Monteriero is looking into what they're doing and where you can go if you need to pass.
If you've ever driven through Marion County and thought, didn't that bridge just get hit? Well, you're not imagining things. Starting Monday, the Southwest 66th Street Bridge over I-75 is closing for at least a year, so FDOT can finally replace it. And honestly, this bridge has been through a lot the past few years. Trucks have treated it less like infrastructure and more like an unwanted game of limbo. So the current bridge clearance sits at 15 feet, 8 inches. The new one, a much more forgiving 21 feet, 3 inches. That's about 5.5 extra feet of maybe let's not peel the top of our trailer today. So the replacement is part of FDOT's larger Moving I-75 Forward project and will also include shared use paths for pedestrians and bicyclists, sidewalks, and room for future expansion as traffic continues to boom in that area. Now, if you use Southwest 66th Street to cross I-75, you're going to need to plan ahead. Drivers will be detoured to the Southwest 43rd Street Road Bridge while construction is underway on this project, with this project expected to wrap up by summer of 2027. So yes, the detour may be a little inconvenient, but if that means fewer bridge versus truck heavyweight fights, I think I'll take that as a win. I'm Trooper Steve, News 6.
Now to Polk County, where a man is back in custody after police say he cut off his ankle monitor, stole a golf cart, led officers on a chase through the woods. Winter Haven police say 20-year-old Jermarius Julian failed to return home for his curfew yesterday and was later spotted driving a stolen golf cart. Officers say Julian abandoned the cart and ran into a wooded area before being caught. He now faces charges including grand theft, tampering with an electronic monitoring device, and violating juvenile probation.
Well, we have much more coming up on News 6 at 4.
Yeah, including
this salvage yard is real, but an auto parts website using its address isn't. Now customers across the country are out thousands of dollars. I'm digging into what's going on. That's coming up.
This portion of the news is sponsored by True Deals Realty.
Well, you do your research, you check the address, and you still lose money. Tonight, how an auto parts website that looked too good to be true.
And customers who say they lost thousands of dollars. Investigative reporter Pavlina Asta shows us what happened after she started asking questions.
We're avid four-wheelers. We four-wheel in Nevada, Arizona, California.
Eddie Ortiz and his wife love kicking up the dust through Nevada's backcountry in their Jeeps.
For us, it's a way of life, and it's a great group of people.
But parts for their older Wranglers are getting harder to find.
Some of these parts for our older vehicles are starting to become scarce, and hence why now we have to start looking out in junkyards and stuff.
Ortiz needed a new transmission when he came across an ad on Facebook.
I did my research. I looked online.
But after wiring $800 to the site, he never received the transmission, and he wasn't the only one.
I knew, okay, you got my money over a month ago. I can't get information out of you. Nothing. No comment, no phone call back, no email back.
Jeremy Birch in Virginia lost $2,400 trying to buy a transmission for his Ford truck.
I went so far as even do a Google search on their address just to find out where they are located, and sure enough, it was there.
This is the address Ortiz saw on the website affordablequalityusedcarandtruckparts.com. Google Maps shows the address as a salvage yard in Orlando, but the salvage yard owner is not only not affiliated with the site, he's never even heard of it. Meanwhile, as we were investigating the source of the site, the webpage was suddenly taken down. The BBB warns websites will often copy legitimate business addresses to make themselves seem more official. But there are ways to protect yourself. Look for email addresses that don't match the site. Compare prices. If a price seems too good to be true, it usually is. And always pay with a credit card, never a wire transfer. Jeremy got his money back by disputing the charge on his credit card, but so far, Eddie has not. In Orlando, I'm Pavlina Austin, News 6.
All right, we're going to get a check of your weather now with meteorologist Julie Broughton, who is standing by. How are things looking outside right now, Julie?
Well, it depends where you are. We've got a very different picture going on. Some of you along the coast are seeing a lot of heavy rain and some stronger storms, and then some of you across the interior spots are dry and sunny. Now, as we head through the evening hours, the East Coast will be favored for those showers and storms, much like we've seen the last few days. The storms wind down for us. Then as we head through the rest of your work week, we will continue to track the afternoon storms as well as the heat. And for the tropics, no local concerns, but we do have one area we've been watching that I'll show you. But first, I want you to look at our heat index trend over the next 7 days, and you'll notice every single afternoon it will feel hotter than 100 degrees. For Thursday and Friday, we're talking about heat index readings around 106. Now, here's a look at the radar for you right now. Again, most of the activity has been kind of clustered in Flagler and Volusia counties. We can go out a little bit closer for you in Volusia County. So you're seeing some heavy rain through Daytona Beach, back through DeLand, right along I-4. Also seeing some of those heavier showers right now in areas like Oak Hill and along I-95. Some of this starting to propagate back toward areas like Seminole County, Altamont Springs, Winter Park, seeing some of this, as well as Astatula. Let's pull out for the full look again so we can check out what's happening in Flagler County. You have had 2 special weather statements in place throughout the afternoon hours because of gusty winds. Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, you're seeing moderate to heavy rain, and back toward Crescent City, that is where we are seeing some more intense rain. Here's what we're expecting as we move through the rest of the afternoon into the evening. Your clouds and rain forecast again at 6 o'clock. Most of those showers concentrated on the coast from Daytona Beach down toward Cocoa Beach and Melbourne. They continue pushing out to sea as we move through the evening hours. I think by 9 to 10 o'clock, that will be most of us will be dry with those showers wrapping up. And then through the overnight hours, we'll see partly cloudy skies with no major issues out there. Our Launch Credit Union camera in Port Canaveral showing a lot of thick cloud cover out there. Right now, you are dry, though, sitting at 93. 93 as well in Orlando. It's easy to pick out on the map who is seeing the rain. You have those rain-cooled temperatures with 75 in New Smyrna Beach and 76 in DeLand. A lot of spots feeling warmer than that, though, feeling like close to 100. And keep in mind, as we move through the next couple of days, we do have that moderate to major heat risk. That means that you can overheat very quickly when you are outside, so make sure to take a lot of breaks. And of course, that includes your pets. Henry and Harvey have the right idea. They are hanging out inside on a pillow today, having a great day. If you're out walking your dog, keep in mind in the heat of the day, the sidewalk and pavement can really hurt their paws. 87 degrees at 7 o'clock, 84 degrees, still tracking some showers at 8 o'clock. Tropics, we've been watching this broad area of low pressure in the western Gulf is giving a 40 to 50% chance of further development over the next 7 days. Our forecast keeping highs in the low 90s, rain chances around 40 to 60%, and summer officially begins on Sunday.
All right, Julie, thank you. Devastating storms in Illinois leaving a path of destruction.
And Central Florida is stepping up to help out with this. Coming up next, the Red Cross mission heading to the Midwest and their focus on mental health services for those who lost everything.
And as the popularity of e-bikes grow, one community is cracking down the new penalty you could be facing in Volusia County. As we take a live look over downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope cam. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back. More than a dozen tornadoes ripping through the Midwest.
And with all the destruction, Central Florida is stepping up to help. News 6 anchor Ginger Gaston joining us now with more on those devastating storms, Ginger.
And Lisa, this is just incredible video, and we're getting new information this afternoon about the strength of these twisters. According to the National Weather Service, 17 tornadoes were confirmed in the Chicago area Thursday, at least one of them measuring as an EF3. That's powerful. The town of Streator, Illinois, which is just outside of Chicago, took a direct hit. The town's mayor says there are no reported deaths in all of this, but the damage left behind is catastrophic for some people. And these are images and videos from Thursday. Houses just gone. And this morning, 5 Red Cross volunteers from North and Central Florida region were sent to Illinois to help that community and others. After leaving the Orlando Red Cross chapter, they flew out of MCO. The deployment is for 14 days, and one of the volunteers will provide essential mental health services.
And with all this displacement, mental health comes in, because it's obviously very stressful to lose your home, to lose your community. So having mental health there becomes really important as well.
Yeah, in addition to the mental health help, the Red Cross will be providing 3 meals a day, and they will also have boots on the ground until their help is no longer needed. The National Weather Service says there was also flooding in some areas due to that heavy rainfall. Just devastating. Lisa and Ashley, back to you.
Central Florida is stepping up to help, Ginger. Well, of course, we have much more coming up on News 6 at 4:30, including an update to a shocking story.
Yeah, a fertility mix-up coming up, the legal battle and the custody agreement between a couple, and what's the latest between that couple and the fertility center.
And the gambling scandal rocking NCAA football, the lawsuit that could impact UCF in the upcoming season. Right now, we want to show you a live look over Port Canaveral. You were watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We are following several top stories right now.
Starting with a murder investigation in Clermont, police have arrested Kirby Smith and charged him with first-degree murder in the death of Michael Rodriguez. Investigators say Smith initially claimed he acted in self-defense after the May shooting, but weeks of interviews, forensic evidence, and search warrants led detectives to conclude the killing was not justified. Smith is now being held without bond.
5-year-old twin sisters Paisley and Parker died on Friday after being found unresponsive at the bottom of a pool in Kissimmee. Those are pictures from a GoFundMe asking for help to pay for the two girls' funerals. Investigators are now working to figure out how the girls ended up in the water. Homicide detectives are investigating. A man is in custody after Volusia County deputies say he kicked in the door of a Holly Hill home and fired a gun. Investigators say Bernard Millsap Jr. broke into the home on Valley Drive early this morning before running from the scene. No one was hurt. Deputies say Millsap surrendered to law enforcement a few hours later and was taken into custody without incident.
Well, we turn now to an update in the case of an IVF mix-up at a fertility center.
News 6 has learned a custody agreement has been reached between the couple who gave birth to the little girl and her biological parents. News 6 investigator Erica Brigulio is in the newsroom with the details on this. Erica?
So a hearing in this case wrapped up in the last half hour. Attorneys for the couple who are suing the fertility clinic asked the judge to keep the case open as they await testing on an embryo. So just to get you up to speed on all of this, Stephen Mills and Tiffany Score, that's the couple you see on your screen right there, gave birth to a baby girl in December after going through IVF treatment. They found out the child was not biologically theirs. The couple sued the clinic, Fertility Center of Orlando, demanding the clinic contact other patients to see whether the baby is theirs. In April, News 6 reported the biological parents have been identified. Now we're learning a custody agreement has been reached between those parents and Mills and Score. Under the agreement, Mills and Score will have permanent legal custody of their daughter. We're also learning the couple has found another facility for future IVF treatment. According to these court documents, their embryo was transported there and will be tested to see if it genetically matches the couple.
We plan on testing it, but depending upon those tests and because of some discrepancies in the prior records that we have, we would not be comfortable closing out this action because we may need some assistance from the court in getting better answers on the embryo history of the retrieval group going forward.
Fertility Center of Orlando is facing multiple lawsuits, including this one. It has since shut down operations. Now, according to court records, attorneys for the couple say they've received information that suggests, quote, laboratory clinic errors involving embryos. They're still investigating how extensive these mistakes were and whether others may also be held responsible. Ashley?
Erica, we thank you so much. Meantime, we're learning this. Florida's Attorney General says time is up for TikTok. James Uthmeyer filed a lawsuit against TikTok and its parent company ByteDance. He's accusing the social media giant of violating Florida's new law designed to protect children online.
They designed the application with unlimited scrolling, push notifications, videos that just go nonstop, and it's designed to keep kids stuck on those screens for hours and hours a day.
Well, the suit claims TikTok allows children under the age of 13 to use the platform without parental consent and misleads parents about the type of content kids can access. The state also argues TikTok downplays the amount of sexual content, profanity, drug references, and self-harm material available on the app. Florida is seeking civil penalties and a court order requiring the company to comply with state law. Right now at 4, the Poinciana area is under a precautionary boil water advisory. The Toho Water Authority issuing it for the area of the map on your screen here. They say there was a loss of power at the area water treatment facility, causing a loss in the water pressure. A 2-day minimum of regulatory testing is required to make sure the water meets drinking water standards. We know an update will be provided by Wednesday, June 17th.
If voters approve the property tax cut on the November ballot, cities, counties, and special taxing districts will lose nearly $5 billion the first year and almost $12 billion in the fifth year. That's according to projections developed by state economists. Homestead owners will be the initial beneficiaries of the amendment, but non-homestead owners, including businesses and those who own vacation homes and condos, will reap rewards as well in future years. The estimates were approved by the Legislative Office of Economic and Demographic Research. Governor DeSantis has been the driving force for property tax cuts, stressing the need for relief for homeowners and rising costs and surging home valuations that have sent tax bills soaring in the last 6 years.
How are we going to, as a state, make up those revenues to be able to then give them back to the local governments? And at a certain point, isn't this just a shell game?
The amendment needs 60% support from voters to pass. A lawsuit has been filed by an activist group and 2 former local elected officials against the state over the ballot measure, alleging it is misleading.
Well, it's a story that's absolutely rocked college football and sports gambling. It all surrounds Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah, he admitted to placing over $90,000 in bets, including on his own team. But after a judge ruled he can play next year, many people are speaking out. News 6 Sports Director Jamie Say has the latest on the fallout. Jamie?
Yeah, the Big 12 Conference, which Texas Tech and also UCF belong to, is at the center of this storm. Today, the league filed a lawsuit essentially to protect its right to sanction Sorsby or Texas Tech if Sorsby plays this season. The Big 12 has not announced if it will prevent Sorsby from playing, but the conference is considering its options. Today's lawsuit is an important step because last week, Texas's state attorney general, Ken Paxton, threatened legal action against the Big 12 if the conference administered any punishment of Sorsby or Texas Tech. So today's Big 12 lawsuit is to protect its bylaws. Paxton, along with Texas Tech's chancellor, president, and athletic director, are named in the conference's suit. The Big 12 school presidents were meeting today to discuss potential punishments of Sorsby and Texas Tech. Today, I reached out to UCF. I was referred to a statement issued last week by Knights athletic director Terry Mohajir. It reads in part, quote, "The integrity of competition must remain non-negotiable. Gambling on sports, particularly those in which a student athlete participates, strikes at the heart of what makes college athletics credible. Institutions cannot control court rulings, legal strategies, or judicial outcomes. What we can control is playing time and the standards we set for participation in our programs." Mohajir also indicated that if a student athlete at UCF broke NCAA rules by gambling, well, that student athlete would get proper help, but he or she would not be playing. In the meantime, Texas Tech has defended its integrity, and Sorsby is going through therapy to treat a gambling addiction. Lisa.
All right, Jamie, thank you. Well, it was a championship weekend on the ice and the hardwood. On Saturday, the New York Knicks won their first title in more than 50 years. They defeated the San Antonio Spurs in 5 games. Jalen Brunson had 45 points and was named the MVP of the series. On the ice, the Carolina Hurricanes won the Stanley Cup. Veteran Jordan Staal won MVP. Head coach Rod Bryn Armour became the first person to win a Stanley Cup as a coach and player for the same team.
Well, we're also learning this. DeLand police are starting a zero-tolerance crackdown in the downtown area. And this is in reference to e-bikes and bicycles. And it could cost violators hundreds of dollars, even a trip to jail. Keep that in mind. This comes after months of complaints from business owners and people who live there. Your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed is in downtown DeLand with a look.
DeLand police have been down here in downtown, stopping people from riding not only e-bikes, but bikes, scooters, and skateboards on the sidewalks here. The city set new rules about it back in May, and since then it's given over a dozen violations, many of those being citations, but they even had one arrest. And during that time, they were focusing really on trying to educate people about the new rules. But now they say they're starting their zero tolerance crackdown on the violators.
A person is coming out that door and somebody is flying by on that bike, somebody is going to get injured.
And as I was interviewing Krista Yates, a downtown business owner inside her store.
And when they go rolling right there, like that, well, and more like that.
2 kids on skateboards went flying by, a problem she says she's glad to see police cracking down on.
We've seen a lot of police activity lately, especially during the day.
We do not want to arrest anybody for riding a bike on a sidewalk, but, you know, sometimes that is the step we have to take.
The city now bans micro-mobility devices like e-bikes and scooters on sidewalks, a $250 fine for a first offense, and an arrestable offense for another violation. violation. They're also cracking down on helmets. Anyone under 18 now has to wear one.
Now we're on full-blown enforcement. We still stop people, we still educate them, but if, we've stopped you a couple of times, we've told you a couple of times, that's when citations and different punishments come into effect.
Now I asked the city what people should do if they want to ride bikes around the downtown area, especially since 1792 or Woodland Boulevard here is extremely busy and does not have any bike lanes. The city says it completely understands that. Please don't ride them in the street where it's not safe. They suggest parking your bike on one of the side roads and locking it up, or if you want to keep it with you, walking it on the sidewalk downtown with you. I'm your Volusia County Community Correspondent Molly Reed, News 6.
He helped build launch pads and theme parks. Today, the community is mourning the loss of a prominent union leader, the business manager of Local 808, an iron workers union. Bobby Nost died this weekend in an airboat accident. You may recall Nost worked with News 6 during the pandemic to help his union members get unemployment benefits when no one else could. He also worked hand in hand with Representative Darren Soto and other Washington lawmakers to build infrastructure across Central Florida, everything from rocket towers at Cape Canaveral to roller coasters at Epic Universe. Congressman Soto plans to work with Nost's family in the upcoming days to put together his life history and enter that into the congressional record.
This is a long-term recognition, something that when all these other ceremonies fade, this is something that'll be lasting to highlight his legacy for our shared American history that is the congressional record.
We talked with Nost's sister today. She said Bobby always went above and beyond for the union, the community, and his family.
He was a great dad. He was a great grandpa. He was a great son. And he was an awesome brother. If he saw somebody that needed something, he would do it. They went to a restaurant one time and some guy outside didn't have a shirt on. My brother took his shirt off and gave it to him, which was pretty cool.
The family says they are still waiting to hear what caused the accident. We will have more community reaction in this story at clickorlando.com. After 4 decades of business in Winter Park, a boutique is being forced out.
And a new business is moving in. So coming up next, the deadline they have to move and the reaction coming from the community to keep it from leaving.
Summer officially arrives for us on Sunday, the summer solstice, 4:24 a.m. We'll break down the heat and your chance of showers as we move through the rest of our week.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Original Mattress Factory.
Well, those afternoon storms have fired up for us once again. Meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by with more on that and this heat that we've been dealing with.
Yeah, if you've spent any time outside at all over the last few days, you can feel it. You can feel that humidity even in the morning. So you add the humidity to the actual air temperature. That's why it has been feeling like the low 100s. So best advice if you have outdoor plans, like maybe doing a little jet skiing or something exciting, get those plans in early because we will be tracking those daily afternoon storms. And that is exactly what's happening today. Now, we've been telling you for the last few days that the East Coast would again be favored for those showers and storms, and that is exactly what we're seeing. We can go in a little bit closer on the radar. We'll start for you up in Flagler County, just to the east of Crescent City, down toward Pearson, moving over toward Flagler Beach and Ormond Beach. That's where we're seeing around 3 to 5 inches of rain falling per hour, and some of these heavier showers. DeLand, Orange City, you are getting hit hard with the rain right now, and that is raining along I-4 near Lake Helen, really coming down out there right now. Also, I-95, likely dealing with low visibility in some spots, especially as you go down toward Oak Hill, down toward Mims, starting to see some of that activity developing, and back into Seminole County, seeing some of those showers as well. We can loop the radar for you now. Showers are moving a little faster than they were over the last couple of days. The steering flow aloft has picked up a little bit, so the general flow is pushing these showers off toward the east, and already areas near Port Orange have seen more than 2 inches of rain this afternoon. So if you're in a low-lying area or a flood-prone area, you could encounter some issues there. Here's our clouds and rain forecast as we take you through the rest of the afternoon. We'll see these showers expanding to the south along I-95 down into Brevard County. And then as we head into the evening hours, again, these showers keep tracking off toward the east. Most of us will be dry between 9 and 10 o'clock. Then we'll see partly cloudy skies as we take you through your overnight hours. And we should see a nice but humid start to our day tomorrow. Now, we've been telling you about those fires in Volusia County. You can see here some light smoke still in place along areas along the East Coast, and that will continue to be the situation. Our fire danger index for today in the moderate range, so that means likely most of our fires that will get started will be because of lightning, and we do have plenty of lightning out there. Daytona Beach sky cam showing it is dark, it is cloudy, the rain coming down. 76 degrees, so seeing that rain-cooled air. Very easy to see who's getting the rain and who has stayed dry. 94 right now in Kissimmee, 90 in the Villages. It feels like 100 in a lot of spots, so we do have that moderate to major heat risk just about everywhere. Your hour-by-hour forecast featuring Belly, who is waiting for a bully stick, so she's giving her best face to get her treat. 87 degrees at 7 o'clock. Still some showers hanging around at 8 o'clock. 84 degrees. Click Orlando.com/pins. Please share your pet and your weather photos. 7-day forecast keeps it warmer than normal every single day, with rain chances in the afternoon around 40 to 60%, feeling like the triple digits.
Julie, we thank you so much. Well, a longtime downtown Winter Park boutique is facing a major change. After 40 years on Park Avenue, the owners of Toonie's say they've been told they just have 30 days to leave their storefront after the building's new owner decided to bring in a national retailer.
Your Winter Park community correspondent Jana Manahalal spoke with the store managers who say customers are already rallying behind the business.
It's daunting. You know, we've got to find another spot and then we have to move as well.
For nearly 4 decades, Toonie's Boutique has been a fixture on Park Avenue in downtown Winter Park. The store owners here say that they were sold to Benderson Development, the entire building actually, and they were given just 30 days to step out of their storefront that they've been in for years. The challenge here is they've been asked to move for a national retailer, but they have no idea who that retailer is, and they also have nowhere to go.
The boutique announced the move in a Facebook video posted Saturday. Since then, owners say they've been flooded with messages.
I've had so many clients give us ideas on where to go and send us, signs for lease signs places.
Paige Blackwilder, one of Toonie's owners, said she knew a move could eventually happen when their lease expired. What caught her and the team off guard was being told a week ago they only have a month to move out.
Why not give us 90 days? Why not give us 60 days even? Just more time. And when they redevelop this, I wish that they would keep the local flavor.
I reached out to Benderson Development, who is a national developer, on Monday to find out what national retailer could be moving into this space and to ask about the timeline given to Toonie. My call was sent to voicemail, and I have not heard back.
We're going to close this door, but open another one.
The Park Avenue District, a committee that represents some of the businesses in Winter Park, sent me an email response to Toonie's announcement that reads in part, as they begin the next chapter, the Park Avenue District is committed to supporting them and helping them identify opportunities to remain part of the district they helped shape for decades. I did request a list of locally owned businesses that closed within the last year on Park Ave. I have not heard back yet.
When I do, I'll update you here and on clickorlando.com. For now, on Park Avenue in downtown Winter Park, I'm your Winter Park community correspondent, Jana Manahalal, News 6.
All right, Jenna, we thank you. Digging up old history usually leads to trouble.
Unless you are a student at the University of North Florida. Coming up, the ancient discoveries being made about the people who have called this state home for centuries.
Coming up in the morning, improving traffic on one of Central Florida's busiest roads. We'll show you what's in the plans for State Road 50. Plus, heat and storms, those are sticking around the forecast. Candace has an update every 10 minutes. Join us, News 6 Morning, starting at 5.
Well, some college students in North Florida are uncovering thousands of years of history and learning more about the people who used to call Florida home.
Janice Harris with our sister station in Jacksonville was there as they made some incredible discoveries.
Liliana Betancourt is finding a treasure of history along the St. Johns River.
An orange sherd, an orange is some of the oldest in North America. It dates from 2500 BCE to about 500 BCE.
Students at the University of North Florida are going back in time, finding pottery from indigenous people that lived here over 1,000 to 2,000 years ago in Jacksonville. This is some of the oldest pottery in North America. If you look closely, you can see small, thin lines.
Those are from wooden paddles that they use to stamp over the clay before they fire it.
Finding these unique pieces of history, it takes time, and it requires patience and attention to detail. Keith Ashley has been an archaeologist for decades.
We're in week 5 of a 6-week course, so students are out here really kind of learning archaeology, how to do archaeology in the fields.
And some previous students return.
This is my 5th year doing a field school out here. And the first time I did it, I kind of fell in love with archaeology. But it's a very rewarding experience, kind of being out here during the dig and then helping with lab analysis.
Betancourt finds more pieces.
It's sand-tempered plain. Let's see, is there anything cool to even note about? There's some like small finger marks in it. You can see where the person who was making it ran their fingers along the inside.
The color seems uneven. It's because the fire used to heat it and shape it may have been uneven as well. It's not just about finding these pieces of pottery, it's also about discovering their culture.
So we're really trying to understand the indigenous history of Jacksonville area of northeastern Florida. So every summer we find a place to excavate.
Today they are on an island on the north side of the St. Johns River. Jacksonville's history of indigenous people and how they lived is being found and preserved so that it can be remembered for generations to come.
Well, News 6 at 5 is up next.
Anchor Ginger Gadsden is in the newsroom with what's ahead.
A fire that broke out in the Lake Woodruff area of Volusia County seems to be under control right now, but not before it caused some major disruptions. Coming up, we're walking you through what it looked like as this 600-acre fire raged. Plus, a man arrested accused of killing someone who was living with him, what we learned from Claremont Police just hours ago. Your forecast is always just minutes away. Don't forget, you can stream all of our newscasts and cameras like this one at Daytona Beach for free anytime on News 6 Plus. Now at 5, smoke seen high in the sky as ash falls near homes in Volusia County, where that fire stands after an afternoon of rain. Plus,
a significant step has been taken toward achieving justice for Mr. Rodriguez, his family, and the Claremont community.
a man facing first-degree murder charges accused of killing another man living in the same home. What Claremont police want you to know. And
a murder trial is getting underway for a man accused of raping and killing a 93-year-old woman in Orange County. I'm News 6's Mark Lehman. Coming up, what we learned about a would-be plea deal in the death penalty case.
You're watching News 6 at 5.
Thank you for joining us at 5. Heavy rain falling right now in parts of Central Florida.
Yeah, so let's get right over to meteorologist Jordan Patrick. Jordan, how long will these storms last this evening?
We have a few more hours of these storms, primarily towards Volusia County, though. Pretty much everywhere else in Central Florida is mostly on the dry side of things. But Volusia County, where we've seen those fires, we are seeing a lot of lightning out there, which helps to spark those brush fires this time of year. But along I-95 from Oak Hill down through Mims, Titusville, just to the north of KSC, that's where we're seeing the heaviest of the shower and thunderstorm activity. But up from northward Oak Hill up towards Port Orange, we're seeing some light to moderate rainfall, and that backtracks west towards Orange City, where another thunderstorm is starting to push its way in just to the south of DeLand. Now, primarily, these storms are riding our southwesterly breeze, so these storms will continue to push towards the coastline and then offshore over the next couple hours. We'll start to dry things out past 9 o'clock tonight this evening. We'll talk more about your work week forecast in just a few minutes because Ginger and Lisa, we're cranking up those temperatures to the mid-90s.
Oh, we sure are. All right, thank you, Jordan. All right, we want you to take a look at these pictures. This is incredible. This is of the heavy smoke from a fire in Volusia County.
Yeah, people worried about ash as the fire carried on. That fire nearly 600 acres. It's happening in the Woodruff National Refuge area. News 6's Catherine Silver is there live. And Kat, we were getting some calls about all this.
Yeah, our newsroom started getting calls from people this weekend who saw ash falling from the sky. Then we saw all the people talking about this fire on social media. We started looking into it. I want to show you some of the pictures that we received. Look at the ash on the hood of this car. It was parked near Volusia and the Lake County line. People woke up to their cars covered in the DeLand area. Here's another view from DeLand of the smoke earlier this morning. This was taken by a driver on International Speedway Boulevard. She saw this smoke in the distance right before 8 a.m. Since we've been here this afternoon, we haven't seen any smoke, just a lot of rain. Now, the water is hopefully helping crews contain this 600-acre wildfire that is burning south of Lake Woodruff. But the rain has also come with lightning and thunder. And the local fire union posted on their Facebook page they believe a lightning strike is what started this fire in the first place. Volusia County says the fire is not burning near any buildings, but their fire crews are still keeping an eye on it just in case any help is needed. Right now, everything is being handled by the Florida Forest Service along with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. For now, I'm live in Volusia County. Catherine Silver, News 6.
All right.
A significant step has been taken toward achieving justice for Mr. Rodriguez, his family, and the Claremont community.
This afternoon, police in Claremont revealing new details about a roommate dispute that turned deadly.
The man who claimed self-defense is now charged with first-degree murder. News 6's Alex Cook just spoke to police about this. Alex, what have you learned?
Well, police say that there was never any question about who shot Michael Rodriguez at this home in Claremont last month. The only question, they say, is whether that shooting was justified. This cell phone video from a neighbor shows the moments Claremont police and the Mid-Florida SWAT team returned to the street last Saturday, this time to arrest Kirby Allen Smith. Police say Smith shot and killed his roommate Michael Rodriguez inside this home on May 20th. Smith claimed self-defense and was released while detectives continued their investigation. They say weeks of interviews, search warrants, and subpoenas eventually led them to seek a first-degree murder charge.
Well, you just said he admitted to a murder, so was there some confession or something from Smith?
The initial call, subject call dispatch said, I shot my friend, essentially.
So he said that he shot him, but that's back when he was still saying it was self-defense.
But it is still, it's taking someone's life, so it is, a murder. We had to determine whether it was justified or not justified, or is criminal or not criminal.
Police say there were no eyewitnesses to the shooting, making the case more difficult. David Wynn's girlfriend lives next door. He says the SWAT operation came as a surprise.
We thought it was over with, but you know, I guess things had to pan out a certain way. So
Wynn says everyone wants answers, but mostly they're over the excitement on their street.
we just want the neighborhood. It's a nice, safe neighborhood, so
okay.
We just want to keep it that way.
Now, the Claremont police said that they can't yet tell us what exactly the evidence was that led them to determine that this was a premeditated murder, as the investigation is ongoing. So we will be learning more about that. And for now, Smith is in the Lake County Jail on first-degree murder charges. I'm live in Claremont. Alex Cook, News 6.
Alex, thank you. Turning to Volusia County now, in a scary scene in Daytona. Deputies say a family told them someone broke in and fired several shots this morning. It happened off Valley Drive, according to the sheriff's office. This is video we got earlier today, and you can see several crime scene investigators on scene there. Deputies say Bernard Millsap was taken into custody and questioned about that shooting just hours later. This is video Holly Hill PD posted where he was arrested. They say they were told Millsap kicked in the door, broke in, fired a gun, then took off. No one was hurt in this. We're working to learn what charges Millsap will be facing. We'll keep you updated.
Okay, and the knife pulled on them. Are they there with you?
No, I just heard it. I seen it like down the street.
Body cam video showing the moments a Claremont man is arrested accused of pulling a knife on a teenager. Deputies say it all started as an argument over a noisy go-kart. You saw the video first on News 6 over the weekend of the arrest of Rick Carter. Investigators say it all unfolded last Monday off Erin Boulevard in Claremont. They say the victims were revving the engine of a go-kart they were working on. Deputies say Carter yelled at the kids before hurling a lawn chair at them, then grabbing a kitchen knife and a meat cleaver. According to the arrest report, Carter threatened to, quote, bash their heads in if the engine started again.
You just said that you went and picked up the first thing you could get out of your anger when you confronted them, and it was a knife, Richard.
I didn't.
You can't do that.
Carter is facing 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. He was released on bond.
More than 4 years ago, Dolores Padilla Marrero was found beaten to death inside her senior living facility apartment. The man accused of killing her is now on trial. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty for Javier Rosado Martinez, who they say targeted the 93-year-old just hours after an argument with her daughter. News 6's Mark Lehman takes us through the case as jury selection begins.
Before jury selection got underway, the defense announced that the defendant agreed to plead guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for a life sentence. A committee, however, rejected that plan, with prosecutors saying they were unwilling to drop the sexual battery charge, meaning the death penalty case moves forward.
The state's death penalty review board rejected the offer.
58-year-old Javier Rosado Martinez was in court on Monday as the defense and state began the process of selecting a jury in the capital murder case. He's accused of raping and killing Dolores Padilla Marrero in 2022.
She was brutally murdered by someone she knew, someone she had gone out of her way to help.
The 93-year-old had just celebrated her birthday and was dropped off at this Orange County senior living facility. That's when deputies say Rosado Martinez showed up after getting into a fight with her daughter Nilda, who he was dating.
He could not get in, but he had another resident let him into the building.
Investigators say the cause of death was strangulation and blunt force trauma to the victim's chest. She was found naked on the bed with a pillow pressed against her face. The lead detective saying they found Rosado Martinez's necklace near Dolores.
He always wears that horn, and that's according to the girlfriend. He always wears it, and we found it wrapped in a shirt next to our decedent's body.
A pool of 50 possible jurors were brought in on Monday, with both sides questioning their backgrounds and familiarity with the case. At this point, it's unclear how long it will take to seat a jury. Opening statements are expected later this week. In Orange County, Mark Lehman, News 6.
5 people and a dog attacked by a cat that tested positive for rabies. That's according to the Polk County Sheriff's Office. It all happened in the Glen Road area in Lakeland, not far from Harrelson and Knights Stations roads. Investigators say a woman told them she had been feeding the cat and others in the area. The victims range from 13 to 33 years old and includes a 4-month-old puppy. Animal Control tried to trap the cat, but they were unsuccessful. Last week, though, the Sheriff's Office says they found the cat they believe is responsible, and it did test positive for rabies. The Sheriff's Office says Animal Control is working closely with the Health Department.
Devastation for a Maitland family as they look for a new place to live after they came home to their home engulfed in flames after a shopping trip over the weekend. The home is on Avonwood Court. That's not far from Keller Road and Forest City Road. Orange County Fire Rescue rushed to the scene around 4:30 Saturday afternoon. The home completely taken over by flames.
This house has heavy fire damage. The residents are going to be displaced for some time.
I've been in the house for so many years, and I see all these homeless people around here, and I don't want to be homeless like them.
Investigators are working to learn what caused the fire, but say poor conditions could have contributed. The Red Cross is helping the homeowners with housing, food, clothing, and other resources.
Well, if you've ever driven through Marion County, it's something you might have seen. We've certainly covered this on the news before. A truck with the top of its trailer ripped off by an overpass.
That overpass, likely the one at I-75 right by Southwest 66th Street. But some good news, it's being fixed. Next at 5, how long the area will be shut down for construction and what you can do if you have to pass through that area.
And later, we have some good news for drivers, and it could have a major impact on your wallet.
You're watching News 6 at 5 as we take a live look at Port Canaveral from our Launch Credit Union cam. We'll be right back.
Today, a Taveri soldier was laid to rest. The Army says Specialist Mariah Collington died in Morocco last month. Over the weekend, her family had a celebration of life to remember the 19-year-old, not just as a soldier, but as someone they knew and loved.
The girl who danced like nobody was watching and somehow convinced the rest of us to dance too. The girl whose energy was impossible to ignore and whose presence made every moment better.
Family, friends, and fellow soldiers gathered Saturday to celebrate Collington. Loved ones saying they want to remember Collington for the example she left and how she exemplified what it means to be a strong, respectable soldier. Loved one says she was surrounded by family and friends. Today, at her burial, Collington was just 19 years old.
It's an area many people are familiar with in Marion County, a bridge that's been hit quite a few times as trucks pass by. Now that bridge is being raised to try and fix some of those issues. Our Trooper Steve is looking into what they're doing and where you can go if you need to go through that area.
If you've ever driven through Marion County and thought, didn't that bridge just get hit? Well, you're not imagining things. Starting Monday, the Southwest 66th Street Bridge over I-75 is closing for at least a year so FDOT can finally replace it. And honestly, this bridge has been through a lot the past few years. Trucks have treated it less like infrastructure and more like an unwanted game of limbo. So the current bridge clearance sits at 15 feet, 8 inches. The new one, a much more forgiving 21 feet, 3 inches. That's about 5.5 extra feet of maybe let's not peel the top of our trailer today. So the replacement is part of FDOT's larger Moving I-75 Forward project and will also include shared use paths for pedestrians and bicyclists, sidewalks, and room for future expansion as traffic continues to boom in that area. Now, if you use Southwest 66th Street to cross I-75, you're going to need to plan ahead. Drivers will be detoured to the Southwest 43rd Street Road Bridge while construction is underway on this project, with this project expected to wrap up by summer of 2027. So yes, the detour may be a little inconvenient, but if that means fewer bridge versus truck heavyweight fights, I think I'll take that as a win. I'm Trooper Steve, News 6.
All right, the forecast has been a lot of be careful what you ask for, because we have been asking for this rain.
I'll take the rain.
I love it too, but it's dicey when it's time to walk the dogs.
Yeah, that's really the hard part, is trying to find times when the dogs don't get soaking wet. I have a German Shepherd Husky mix. You definitely don't want a wet German Shepherd Husky. It's a lot of hair to dry. But we are seeing a lot of showers and thunderstorms primarily over Volusia County this afternoon, right along the I-95 corridor. So this goes from just about Palm Coast all the way down towards Titusville. Now, much of this, with the exception of Daytona Beach, is seeing light to moderate rainfall. Daytona Beach getting a good little thunderstorm right now, as well as down I-4 towards DeLand and Deltona. But down towards Titusville and Mims, that's where we're really seeing the heaviest of the shower and thunderstorm activity. From Oak Hill to just north of KSC, this is the strongest thunderstorm that we're watching. Now, our flow is from the southwest, so this is slowly making its way off into the Atlantic waters. But we're going to keep these showers going for the next, say, hour and a half to 2 hours before we finally get them pushed offshore. And you'll see that with our in-house model, noting that most of the showers and thunderstorms at this point pretty much pinned along the I-95 corridor and points eastward from there. We slowly get these showers to continue to push into the Atlantic waters, but even till 8 o'clock this evening, still seeing some spotty showers and storms towards the immediate coastline. It's going to be after 9 o'clock tonight. That's when we'll start to dry things out along the coastline. And then past then, I do think for the rest of the overnight, we remain on the dry side with just some passing clouds for the rest of the evening. So Mushi, this is exactly what we're doing for the rest of the afternoon, especially in Volusia County with these showers and thunderstorms. We're taking a nice little nap as those rain chances remain steady until about 8 to 9 o'clock. Then, Ginger, you can walk the dog at 9 o'clock tonight. And temperature-wise, if you haven't seen the showers, might be too hot anyway with those temperatures into the mid and upper 80s. Feels like temperatures still hanging on into the low 90s till about 10 o'clock this evening. Overnight tonight, we'll only be doing the upper 70s thanks to that southwest wind persisting, keeping us on the warm and humid humid side, but that does allow for a nice dry start to our Tuesday. So no weather concerns for the morning commute tomorrow. Notice through noon, plenty of sunshine. That's going to heat us up into the mid-90s tomorrow afternoon with those feels like temperatures over 100 degrees. And that's going to be the fuel that we need to spark up these showers and thunderstorms just after lunchtime around 2 to 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, primarily near I-4 and then points eastward, just like what we saw this afternoon. And towards the evening drive, like we're seeing right now, especially Volusia and Brevard County coastline, that's going to be the hot spot for those showers and thunderstorms as we wrap up our Tuesday afternoon and slip into the evening. So first half of the day on the dry side of things, then we bump up those rain chances with temperatures into the mid-90s. Pushing into the middle part of the week, though, we raise those temperatures and feels like temperatures even more as a ridge of high pressure in the upper levels of the atmosphere really grabs hold of the entire southeast, especially the state of Florida. That's going to be raising our temperatures. So air temperatures remaining into the mid-90s, but check out these feels like temperatures, Ginger and Lisa, up to 106 degrees by the end of the week. That's dangerous heat if you're out there for too long. So if you do have any outdoor plans at the end of this week, be sure to have plenty of breaks indoors and have the water with you. Temperatures remaining into the mid-90s up until the weekend, and Father's Day is Sunday.
Yeah, keep Dad cool. Don't take him outside. All right, thank you, Jordan. Well, it's something we've been talking about, and you've certainly been noticing for months now.
Yeah, we're talking gas prices, but there could be some good news for your wallet coming up, where those prices stand after the weekend news of a peace deal with Iran and how they could be a lot easier on your wallet.
And this is a live look now at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6 at 5. We'll be right back.
Your Monday evening traffic alert. You're going to have to watch out for some lane closures, pretty serious ones all across Central Florida overnight. First one, I-4 east and westbound out by the Dr. Phillips area. And then, of course, construction happening along Lee Road just west there of I-4. Overnight, both directions, 417 northbound as well. And then a major lane closure as you're headed northbound along I-95. You're going to pass State Road 528. Right at the interchange towards Grissom Parkway there, that ramp will be shut down overnight. They'll both have construction and law enforcement presence out there to give you that warning. Just make sure you're paying attention. I'm Trooper Steve with your News 6 traffic alert. Drive safely. I'll catch you in the morning.
Hey there, I'm News 6 anchor Amy Russo. A major recall for infant formula has parents being told to toss that formula over botulism concerns. But first, some good news when it comes to gas prices. The latest peace deal between the U.S. and Iran has oil at its lowest level in almost 4 months. We want to get right over to Maribel Aber in today's Money Matters. In Maribel, here in Central Florida, gas has been pretty high, up to $4 a gallon since March, but that could be changing.
Could be, Amy. Global oil prices are trading lower today after the U.S. and Iran announced a peace deal. The agreement set to take effect Friday includes reopening the Strait of Hormuz. A formal signing is expected in Switzerland. Both Brent and U.S. crude are around $80 a barrel. AAA shows the national average for a gallon of unleaded is $4.07. Now, around Orlando, Amy, it's $3.75.
All right, better for our wallets, definitely. Well, an infant formula recall has parents checking their pantries as well. What do you know about that?
Concerns over botulism have prompted the recall of Nara Organics whole milk formula that was sold online and at Target. The CDC and FDA say at least 3 infants have been hospitalized for treatment so far. Symptoms can take several weeks to appear, and while treatable, it can be potentially fatal in some cases. Customers are urged to dispose of the formula and wash any items or surfaces that came in contact with it. Nara says it will send automatic refunds to anyone who purchased the formula off its website since May 1st. Target customers can get a refund in store. Full batch details and more can be found on the FDA's website. Amy, a really important recall for parents.
Yeah, something parents definitely need to be aware of. All right, thanks so much, Maribel. Remember, to get the latest money and consumer news anytime, all you need to do, head to our website, clickorlando.com.
It is taking over the U.S. and North America for the next few months. Of course, we're talking about the World Cup.
Yeah, but could weather play a major impact in games, maybe even stopping play? Coming up, meteorologist Jordan Patrick is looking at where this could happen and why. That's next.
St. Cloud is just the latest municipality here in Central Florida to talk about the potential impacts of property tax reform as they try to figure out what it might look like if it does pass. I spoke to residents to ask them what they think about it.
And here is a live, dark look at Daytona Beach. You're watching News 6. Keep it here. We'll be right back. Glad you're with us. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. You're watching News 6 at 5. We're following several top stories for you right now. First, in Volusia County, there is a 600-acre brush fire in the Lake Woodruff National Refuge area. Officials say neighbors may see smoke and ash. Multiple agencies are now on scene to try and contain this fire. A man who told police he shot his friend in self-defense is now facing a first-degree murder charge. Claremont police say Kirby Smith killed Michael Rodriguez during a shooting at a home on Linton Court last month. Smith is now being held in jail, no bond. A death penalty trial is moving forward in Orange County after prosecutors rejected a plea offer from Javier Rosado Martinez. Rosado Martinez is accused of raping and killing 93-year-old woman 4 years ago. He offered to plead guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for a life sentence. Prosecutors refused to drop the sexual battery charge, and jury selection is currently underway.
The world better not underestimate them.
Well, scenes like this across the world as World Cup fever takes over. The United States winning their first match 4-1 against Paraguay this weekend.
Definitely puts a lot of belief in your heart that you think that we can do well. And just got to keep it going.
Oh, yeah. And the United States will keep on pushing on the world stage, but weather could play a major role this World Cup season.
Specifically in the South and areas like Texas. So we want to get right over to meteorologist Jordan Patrick. Jordan, what are you seeing in those areas?
A lot of rainfall, and unfortunately, it does look like a bullseye for Wednesday for the game in Houston. Right now, still seeing a lot of showers and thunderstorms starting to wind down for now, thanks to a frontal boundary just to the north of Houston. But they actually do have a flood watch in effect from now through Thursday morning, as they expect a plethora of downpours over the coming days. Thanks to this tropical entity that we've been watching over the past few days, the National Hurricane Center has now bumped this up to a medium chance of development over the next week as it emerges just off the coast of Texas. But as it does so, it's going to be interacting with a cold front, giving a lot of moisture right into the Houston downtown area. So you'll notice tropical downpours expected all across the Gulf Coast, especially into Houston over the coming days. And in fact, over the next few days, Houston could be getting almost a foot of rainfall as all this tropical downpours continues to push into the area. You'll notice rain chances remaining very elevated through Thursday. The next game on Saturday looks to be better, but the damage could be done with nearly a foot of rainfall, Ginger and Lisa, over the next 48 hours.
Yeah, you could see how that would have a major impact on play. All right, Jordan, thank you. Another Central Florida city weighing the impact of a proposed property tax cut. The cut could end up on the November ballot, but not everyone is happy about it. Your Osceola County community correspondent Stephanie Rodriguez takes a look at what it could mean for St. Cloud.
St. Cloud is just the latest municipality here in Central Florida to talk about the potential impacts of property tax reform as they try to figure out what it might look like if it does pass. I spoke to residents to ask them what they think about it.
It's just not fair.
Shelley Giroux rents in St. Cloud but owns a home in Tennessee. She hasn't sold it and bought in Florida because she worries about property taxes.
I'd pay a house off, but just the taxes at my age, I'm getting ready to do Social Security. I wouldn't be able to pay them.
She's all for the proposal that would exempt the first $150,000 of a homestead property's value from taxation, then up to $250,000 in 2028. Most of the homes here in St. Cloud do have the homestead exemption. According to the city, 67.8% of homes have it. That's every 2 out of 3 homes. Supporters believe it would bring meaningful relief.
So it's a yes for me. And I think it's fair that people that don't live here should have to pay their taxes on a second home.
But critics argue it'll cripple local governments' budgets.
It just doesn't make sense.
Dale Woodcock finds his property taxes to be relatively low and worries this will increase taxes elsewhere.
Somehow the city has to raise taxes to support police and fire, keep the roads up and everything. So if we have this reform where nobody pays property taxes, then the only way the city can raise money is through user fees. So then your water bills go up, all your licensings go up.
If this passes, the mayor of Sanford said the city would lose $15 million in revenue. Leaders in Oviedo warn an $18.2 million police station expansion could be at risk, while Ocoee officials project losing $4.1 million next year and up to $8 million by 2028. Voters will weigh in on the amendment in November. It will need at least 60% approval to pass. I'm your Osceola County community correspondent, Stephanie Rodriguez, News 6.
Well, a man walking naked at a hotel, breaking windows, and a room completely destroyed. That's what Orlando police say they found over the weekend. They say they arrested this man, William Floyd. Officers say they were called to the Howard Vernon Motel. And when they got there, they found Floyd with only a towel on. That's when they say someone who worked at the motel told them a maintenance worker had told her what happened. Officers say the worker told her he had broken a window and sprayed a fire extinguisher after destroying the room he was staying in. Floyd is facing multiple charges, including exposure of sexual organs. In less than 30 minutes, Longwood City Commissioners will be talking about a way to alleviate some major traffic issues. We're talking about this area right here, the intersection of Ronald Reagan Parkway and State Road 434. The City of Longwood and the Florida Department of Transportation are talking about making improvements to the turn lanes. They are hoping it will help alleviate some of the headache. But the updates mean changes to some of the nearby properties. The land the city needs would bring roads closer to some storefronts in the area to make room for the lanes. We have a live report on what's happening inside the meeting coming up on News 6 at 6.
Start your
An 80th birthday celebration for the president. The White House hosted a UFC fight last night. Thousands came out to watch despite the threat of storms in the area as the president and UFC president and CEO Dana White kicked off the event that started with the national anthem and a flyover. The president was front row along with other VIPs like Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. CBS News' Weijia Zhang has the story.
Despite a threat of storms, thousands turned out to watch the UFC fights at the White House. President Trump and UFC president and CEO Dana White kicked off the historic event that started with the national anthem and a joint Air Force and Navy flyover.
From the South Lawn of the White House.
The fights took place in an 8-sided cage beneath a massive canopy known as the Claw. The president sat in the front row along with other VIPs, including Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg.
How would you describe this to someone who is not here tonight?
I think it feels amazing. We have so many service members here, and we are grateful for the opportunity.
The main card event ended with an exciting match for Trump's birthday as an underdog American Justin Gaethje became the new UFC lightweight champion, earning a handshake from the president himself. Fighter Bo Nickel personally thanked Trump for his support.
I have so much respect for him.
While heavyweight fighter Josh Hokett presented President Trump with a chain after his knockout victory, he used his post-fight interview to insult former First Lady Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
That comment drew quick condemnation, especially from critics of President Trump. We have reached out to the White House but have not heard back for a comment. The UFC spent $60 million to put on this event, and it aired on Paramount Plus, which, like CBS News, is owned by Paramount Skydance. Weijia Zhang, CBS News, the White House.
A devastating story this afternoon coming out of Missouri. At least 11 skydivers and a pilot are dead after a plane crash. It happened yesterday, about 65 miles outside of Kansas City. Investigators say the crash happened after takeoff when the plane was unable to climb to altitude. That's what investigators say it made a sharp left and crashed near the runway.
We are treating that as a national or as a mass casualty. We want to be very clear, this is not a commercial airliner that has crashed. It's a local airplane that took off from our local airport.
So far, the victims have not been identified. The NTSB is investigating. Well, we talk a lot about traffic safety quite a bit around here. Sometimes it's the latest road shutdowns, other times rules of the road.
Today, we want to take it back to the basics with some stuff that's always good to keep in mind. Today on Trooper Steve on Patrol, Steve looks at some of those basic rules, including a safety tip that could help stop a wreck and save you money.
I really wanted to bring it back to the basics. You know, we always bring it back to the basics and talk about a few things that maybe you're doing that you don't know is illegal. There is a reason Florida law says only one headphone in your ears while operating a motor vehicle, to include a motorcycle. So obviously we like our jams, but you got to be situationally aware. You have to be able to hear emergency vehicles, maybe someone honking or yelling. So keep both ears unplugged, all right? I always recommend passenger one in, so at least this is the one closest to the window. If you've got a topic you want me to cover, email me, asktroopersteve@wkmg.com. Social media, any of that, or if you want me to visit your town to tackle a traffic obstacle, that's what I'm here for. For now, live in Roosevelt. Not live, not anymore, but inside Results One. I'll see you guys later.
Now, Steve has many more tips to share under this article at clickorlando.com, and you can watch Trooper Steve on patrol weekdays at 2:30 in the afternoon and 8:30 at night on News 6 Plus and the News 6 app.
This salvage yard is real, but an auto parts website using its address isn't. Now customers across the country are out thousands of dollars. I'm digging into what's going on. That's coming up.
And later, it's an issue across the country, finding affordable housing. We're looking at the Central Florida County, trying to make it easier for some people.
And did you know there's more to watch on News 6 Plus? Get caught up on Central Florida's news and weather at a time that works for you, 9 o'clock every night. Go on patrol with Trooper Steve. Get clear on Florida politics and celebrate the best of Central Florida with the News 6 Insiders. You can watch it all now. Just get the News 6 Plus app loaded onto your smart TV.
And you can download our streaming app for free. Just search WKMG in your smart TV's app store. It's also available on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Shark Coatings.
This salvage yard is real, but a used auto parts website using its address isn't. I'm News 6 investigator Pavlina Asta. Now customers across the country are out thousands of dollars. I'm digging into what's going on.
We're avid four-wheelers. We four-wheel in Nevada, Arizona, California.
Eddie Ortiz and his wife love kicking up the dust through Nevada's backcountry in their Jeeps.
For us, it's a way of life, and it's a great group of people.
But parts for their older Wranglers are getting harder to find.
Some of these parts for our older vehicles are starting to become scarce, and hence why we have to start looking out in junkyards and stuff.
Ortiz needed a new transmission when he came across an ad on Facebook.
I did my research. I looked online.
But after wiring $800 to the site, he never received the transmission, and he wasn't the only one.
I knew, okay, you got my money over a month ago. I can't get information out of you. Nothing. No comment, no phone call back. No email back.
Jeremy Birch in Virginia lost $2,400 trying to buy a transmission for his Ford truck.
I went so far as even do a Google search on their address just to find out where they are located, and sure enough, it was there.
This is the address Ortiz saw on the website affordablequalityusedcarandtruckparts.com. Google Maps shows the address as a salvage yard in Orlando, but the salvage yard owner is not only not affiliated with the site, he's never even heard of it. Meanwhile, as we were investigating the source of the site, the web page was suddenly taken down. The BBB warns websites will often copy legitimate business addresses to make themselves seem more official. But there are ways to protect yourself. Look for email addresses that don't match the site. Compare prices. If a price seems too good to be true, it usually is. And always pay with a credit card, never a wire transfer. Jeremy got his money back by disputing the charge on his credit card, but so far, Eddie has not. In Orlando, I'm Pavlina Asta, News 6. All right, we want to check back in with Jordan to see how those showers are doing. At least they're hopefully cooling some people off in some spots.
Yeah, especially towards Volusia County, where we did have those brush fires because of the lightning out there. Still seeing a lot of lightning, especially towards Titusville and Mims this afternoon. But from Deltona to land I-4 in Volusia County, all the way through 95 and onto the coastline, a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity, especially 95 just south of Oak Hill through Titusville and KSC. That's where we're seeing about 94 lightning strikes just in this viewing area towards Mims and KSC. So very heavy thunderstorm that is backing up towards I-4 just north of Sanford and down towards Winter Park and Goldenrod as well. Some light to moderate rainfall moving up I-95 through New Smyrna Beach towards Port Orange. Daytona Beach starting to improve. Still seeing some moderate to heavy rainfall, but not quite as heavy as it was when we last chatted about 30 minutes ago. Up towards Flagler County, Flagler Beach and Palm Coast drying out, but just to the north of Palm Coast, a good heavy little thunder shower that's making its way offshore. And we're going to continue to have these showers primarily on the I-95 corridor and coastline until about 8 o'clock this evening. You'll notice our in-house model doing a pretty good job of showing how, for the most part, by 8 o'clock, much of the showers have pushed off into the Atlantic, but still holding on to some shower activity right along the immediate coastline until about 9 o'clock. And then past that, we are dry for the rest of the overnight, and we'll just be left with some passing clouds in our skies and very humid conditions. So if you're going to be walking Maddie Mason, we definitely do not want to be messing up that bow, that cute little bow. So we're going to wait till after 8 o'clock tonight when the showers are done and over with and temperatures a little bit cooler than what we'll be seeing mid to upper 80s till about 8 o'clock. And those feels like temperatures holding on to the low 90s till about 9, 10 o'clock as well. Overnight, thanks to a southwest wind, we'll continue to see drier conditions, but warm conditions. Mid to upper 70s is the best we're going to be doing. Low 80s along the initial coastline. Dry start for your morning commute on Tuesday, and then we'll start to see those scattered showers developing just after lunchtime, very similar to what we saw today. So if you're west of I-4, I think the best chance for you to see some spotty showers and thunderstorms is between 12 and 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Then, like today, most of that shower chance really shifts east of I-4 towards I-95 and the coastline as we round out the afternoon and head into the early evening hours. Then after sunset, we'll start to dry things out after that. But pushing into the middle part of the work week, it's not the showers that we're really going to be talking about. It's the heat, thanks to a ridge of high pressure that we're expecting to build over the state of Florida by midweek. Check out these high temperatures. We're doing mid-90s air temperatures. Those feels like temperatures, though, over 100 degrees. And in fact, by the end of the week, could be over 105. And that can be dangerous heat if you're out there for an extended period of time. So if you have any outdoor plans or the kids have outdoor summer camp activities, be sure to have plenty of water and make sure that they're taking breaks indoors, too, to keep their bodies cool. like I mentioned, it's all because of this ridge of high pressure that's building in over the Gulf and over the state of Florida. And that's what's going to be holding on to our forecast. Let's put this all together in that 7-day.
Your forecast is sponsored by Advent Health.
Ginger, Lisa, we continue to see these temperatures into the mid-90s through the end of the week. We do see a front trying to make a pass towards North Florida by this weekend. That's going to raise those temperatures. So I know if Dad likes to play golf on Father's Day, be sure it's early in the day.
All right. Thank you, Jordan. Well, it is something we see across the country and here in Central Florida, people struggling to afford housing.
But Orange County is taking steps to ensure the people living there have the housing they need.
An effort to create more housing that you can afford. I'm your Orange County community correspondent, Amy Russo. Coming up, we'll tell you about the new affordable apartment complex that just opened up in the Pine Hills area.
And this is a live look at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. It is cloudy and wet out there. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Coming up in the morning, improving traffic on one of Central Florida's busiest roads. We'll show you what's in the plans for State Road 50. Plus, heat and storms, those are sticking around the forecast. Candace has an update every 10 minutes. Join us, News 6 Morning, starting at 5.
Well, sky-high housing costs in Central Florida, they seem to go hand in hand.
But today, local leaders are trying to create some relief. Orange County just cut the ribbon on a new affordable apartment community in Pine Hills aimed at working families and seniors. Your Orange County community correspondent Amy Russo shows us why projects like these cannot come fast enough.
We keep telling you the same thing. People in our area struggling to find a place to live. In fact, the Coalition for the Homeless of Central Florida, they say there's 2,700 people in Orange, Seminole, and Osceola counties that are experiencing homelessness. And while today's grand opening, it is not a cure-all, leaders do say it's a step in the right direction. The goal of this newest phase of Emerald Villas is to put a dent in the need for affordable housing.
1, 2, 3.
And while it's called affordable, the feel is anything but basic. Leaders say this is housing with amenities built for people who've been priced out of the market.
These people have that opportunity today. Some are low income, some are very low income persons, but they deserve to have quality housing just like anybody else.
This property also comes with a past. Deming says years ago, when he worked in law enforcement, this was a place he stopped at often for all of the wrong reasons. But after a 3-phase redevelopment, he says it's been transformed.
There's been a complete transition. We have families living here, we have seniors living here, and then we have other persons who are living here. And as a result of that, these units are very affordable for people to live in.
Phase 3 adds 90 units aimed at households making 50 to 80% of the area median income.
Florida continues to face some of the worst housing crisis and rising costs in the country, which is why investing in quality, affordable housing is more important now than ever.
Mayor Deming says Emerald Villas is part of a broader push to redevelop the Pine Hills area. And there are more projects on the way. We're tracking all of them. You can check them out over on our website, clickorlando.com. I'm your Orange County community correspondent, Amy Russo, News 6.
News 6 at 6 is next. And coming up, we have an update to a lawsuit after a couple says a mix-up happened at a fertility clinic.
News 6 investigator Erica Brugulio will share what we know now. Plus, higher water and sewer rates that could be something neighbors in Longwood face. The important meeting happening tonight.
I'm Molly Reed in the Landward. Police are starting a zero-tolerance crackdown on people riding bikes, e-bikes, scooters, or skateboards on the sidewalks here in downtown. We'll tell you what can happen if you're caught and why one person's already been arrested for it.
And this is a live look at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back. A legal battle in court today after a Florida couple says there was an embryo mix-up from a fertility clinic. What we now know. Plus,
we do not want to arrest anybody for riding a bike on a sidewalk, but, sometimes that is the step we have to take.
The e-bike crackdown happening in DeLand after complaints from neighbors and local business owners. Plus, an important vote in Longwood tonight. Could the monthly cost for neighbors soon be on the rise? News 6 at 6 starts now. And we begin at 6 tonight with breaking news. The Osceola Sheriff's Office is investigating a deadly shooting in Kissimmee. We're learning one person has died and 2 others have been taken to the hospital. We're working to learn more about the status of the victims who are in the hospital. Once we do have more information, we will let you know on air and on clickorlando.com. Time now for a look at your forecast with meteorologist Jordan Patrick. That radar has been busy all afternoon. It is lit up still.
Yeah, especially towards Volusia County. That's really been the hot spot this afternoon and continues to be this evening. You notice it's hugging the coastline this afternoon right along the I-95 corridor. Still seeing some spotty showers towards Altamont Springs into Goldenrod. But I-95 from Daytona Beach all the way down through Titusville and Merritt Island. Still seeing all of the shower and thunderstorm activity. The strongest of it is just south of Oak Hill and just north of Mims along 95. That is slowly starting to make its way off into the Atlantic waters, but up towards Port Orange, Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, still seeing some of these thunderstorms out here, very slowly riding that southwest breeze, pushing to the north and east. But it's still going to take some time to get these showers fully out of here as our flow is still a little bit on the weaker side. So we'll keep these showers pinned primarily between 95 and the coastline until about 8 to 9 o'clock this evening. Then after that, most of the showers will be out of here at this point. But if you are to the west of 95, it does look like we'll be on the drier side of things for the foreseeable evening. We'll talk more about the upcoming heat wave as we expect those feels like temperatures well over 105, Ginger. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes.
All right, Jordan, thank you. And more breaking news at 6. The News 6 investigators have just obtained a new court filing in the case of the Titusville teen killed on a Carnival cruise ship last November. Mike DeForest is live in the newsroom. Mike, tell us what you've learned.
Well, a judge has just ordered the 16-year-old stepbrother of Anna Kepner be taken into custody. As you'll recall, Anna Kepner is the 18-year-old from Titusville who was found dead on a Carnival cruise ship back in November. Let's take a look at some video. This is Timothy Hudson, Kepner's 16-year-old stepbrother. Now, his case was recently transferred to adult court in federal court, but ever since this incident occurred back in November, Timothy Hudson has been free living with a relative. Well, now, in just the last few hours, a judge has issued a court order saying that Hudson, seen there, must be taken into custody. Now that he is being prosecuted as an adult, and then the judge says he needs to be treated as any other adult would who's facing similar charges. And these are very serious charges. The 16-year-old is accused of raping violently and murdering his 18-year-old stepsister. For those reasons alone, the judge says he should be taken into custody. We'll have a lot more on these breaking developments on clickorlando.com. Reporting live in the newsroom, Mike Forrest, News 6.
Yeah, that has been a big question in this story. Mike, thank you. Happening right now, talks of water and wastewater utility rates more than double. Fees would go from 15 and change to 35 and change. It's happening in Longwood at a meeting tonight. Just last month, neighbors shared frustrations after leaders passed a proposal to raise rates over several years. News 6 anchor Ashley Garrett is live in Longwood tonight with the reason behind this push. Ashley.
Yeah, Ginger, that meeting has just gotten underway at 6 p.m. and we can tell you that it's being hosted by Longwood City Commissioners. And commissioners say the purpose behind the possible price hike is to, among other things, fund a new water treatment facility. We do have some video to show you as we walk you through how we got here, while also letting you know tonight will be a second reading. You might remember, as Ginger just mentioned, during the first reading, there were many residents who turned out to voice their frustration. Now, if the move gets approved, Longwood residents would see their water and wastewater utility rates more than double over the the next 3 years. The city manager says based on the study, changes to current rates and fees are needed to support current operations, maintenance, regulatory compliance, and future capital infrastructure needs. And if approved, the monthly price for residential water meters would go from $15.29 to $35.30 by October of 2029. Now, tonight we actually have a response from Michael Finnegan. He tells me he's running for a city commissioner seat, District 3 to be exact, and here's what he had to say.
And I think for our citizens here in Longwood, we're a smaller community, but we're pretty tight. I think that would be very impactful. So I know we need the water plant. I know we need, waste, sewage, etc. But I think we need to find a better way forward.
And I'm going to be heading inside to that meeting. Again, it did get underway a couple minutes ago at 6, but look for updates on our coverage on News 6 at 10 and 11. For now, though, we'll send things back to you in the studio, Ginger, live in Longwood. I'm Ashley Garrett for News 6.
Ashley, thank you. DeLand police are starting a zero-tolerance crackdown in the downtown area on e-bikes and bicycles, and it could cost violators hundreds of dollars, even a trip to jail. This comes after months of complaints from business owners and people who live there. Your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed is in downtown DeLand with a look.
DeLand police have been down here in downtown, stopping people from riding not only e-bikes, but bikes, scooters, and skateboards on the sidewalks here. The city set new rules about it back in May, and since then it's given over a dozen violations, many of those being citations, but they even had one arrest. And during that time, they were focusing really on trying to educate people about the new rules. But now they say they're starting their zero-tolerance crackdown on the violators.
A person is coming out that door and somebody is flying by on that bike, somebody is going to get injured.
And as I was interviewing Krista Yates, a downtown business owner inside her store.
And when they go rolling right there, like that, well, and more like that.
2 kids on skateboards went flying by, a problem she says she's glad to see police cracking down on.
We've seen a lot of police activity lately, especially during the day.
We do not want to arrest anybody for riding a bike on a sidewalk, but, sometimes that is the step we have to take.
The city now bans micro-mobility devices like e-bikes and scooters on sidewalks, a $250 fine for a first offense, and an arrestable offense for another violation. They're also cracking down on helmets. Anyone under 18 now has to wear one.
Now we're on full-blown enforcement. We still stop people, we still educate them, but if, we've stopped you a couple of times, we've told you a couple of times, that's when citations and different punishments come into effect.
Now I asked the city what people should do if they want to ride bikes around the downtown area, especially since 1792 or Woodland Boulevard here is extremely busy and does not have any bike lanes. The city says it completely understands that. Please don't ride them in the street where it's not safe. They suggest parking your bike on one of the side roads and locking it up, or if you want to keep it with you, walking it on the sidewalk downtown with you. I'm your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed, News 6.
Meanwhile, in Daytona, the Volusia Sheriff's Office arrested a man hours after a scary scene there. Deputies and Holly Hill police responded to reports of a break-in and shots fired at a family home. This morning, the Sheriff's Office says it happened off Valley Drive. They tell us Bernard Millsap was taken into custody in connection to that shooting just hours later. They say Millsap kicked in the door, broke in, fired a gun, then took off. We're working to learn the charges he's now facing. No one was hurt in this. Developing tonight in Lake County, we have new details this afternoon in a deadly shooting investigation that started last month in Claremont. Earlier today, the police chief announced the man who initially claimed self-defense is now facing first-degree murder charges. Now, Claremont police say after investigating for weeks, there's now enough evidence to charge Kirby Smith with first-degree murder. Police say Smith shot and killed Michael Rodriguez at his home on Linton Court. This happened back on May 20th. Smith told investigators he acted in self-defense and was released while detectives continued the investigation. Last Saturday, detectives arrested Smith after saying they had the evidence they needed. Police say weeks of interviews, search warrants, and forensic work led detectives to seek a first-degree murder warrant. The department telling News 6's Alex Cook that Smith admitted to shooting Rodriguez from the very beginning.
You just said he admitted to a murder, so was there some confession or something from Smith?
The initial call, subject call dispatch said, I shot my friend.
essentially.
So he said that he shot him, but that's back when he was still saying it was self-defense.
But it is still, it's taking someone's life, so it is, you know, a murder. We have to determine whether it was justified or not justified, or is criminal or not criminal.
Police say Rodriguez had been staying with Smith in the home for weeks, and the day he was shot, the two had been arguing all day. Smith is being held without bond. In Lake County, Lady Lake police sharing video of them stopping a man Saturday for speeding, but that wasn't the most interesting part of this story.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
It's a nice pink suit you got there.
Yeah, I know.
Police say 58-year-old John Benz, you see right there in the pink suit, it's pretty spiffy too, was clocked going 60 and a 45. Police then learned Benz had a suspended license for not paying traffic tickets and pleading guilty. And get this, 8 times to driving without a license, leading to his arrest.
I think fine was for like a parking, old fine, but why pay it? I'm not going to get my license back. I'm going to do it.
Oh, yeah. You don't just put these out for fun.
Police say the motorcycle Benz was driving was not registered. He is charged with driving with a suspended license and operating an unregistered vehicle. Gotta love his last name, though. Well, a popular social media app is the focus of a lawsuit in Florida tonight. State Attorney General James Othmeyer is accusing TikTok of breaking Florida's social media laws. In the lawsuit, he claims the site allowed kids under 14 years old to keep accounts. Back in 2024, leaders passed a state law banning people 13 years and younger from having those accounts, with teens 14 and 15 needing parental consent to use the platform. The lawsuit also claims TikTok deceived parents about the platform's risks, and it should have a 16+ rating because of some of the adult content like substance use and adult humor. In Marion County, a bridge over I-75 that has been a trouble spot for years is about to get a major makeover. Now, over the past few years, there have been major crashes on Southwest 66th Street overpass south of Ocala. The bridge is going to be closed for reconstruction. The new bridge will have almost 5 feet more clearance over the highway. It will also include a sidewalk for pedestrians and bike riders, something it doesn't have right now. It's set to open sometime next summer. Well, while we are seeing some rain tonight, we're still seeing the impact of our dry weather. Coming up, an update to a story you reached out to us about as debris fell on people's property after a wildfire.
I'm Tony DeCoble. Ahead on the CBS Evening News. Typically, when we talk about tourists, it's for bad reasons. They have toppled an ancient artifact, destroyed a piece of artwork. They've got their car stuck on the Spanish Steps, or generally made a fool of themselves far from home. Tonight, a very different kind of tourist story. Fans of Team Japan in the headlines for a good reason. We will explain tonight on the CBS Evening News.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Advent Health.
An update in the case of an IVF mix-up at a fertility center. I'm News 6 investigator Erica Bergoglio. We've learned a custody agreement has been reached between the couple who gave birth to the little girl and her biological parents. Stephen Mills and Tiffany Score gave birth to a baby girl in December after going through IVF treatment. They found out the child was not biologically theirs. The couple sued the clinic, Fertility Center of Orlando, demanding the clinic contact other patients to see whether the baby is theirs. In April, News 6 reported the biological parents have been identified. Now we're learning a custody agreement has been reached between those parents and Mills and Score. Under the agreement, Mills and Score will have permanent legal custody of their daughter. We're also learning the couple has found another facility for future IVF treatment. According to court documents, their embryo was transported there and will be tested to see if it genetically matches the couple.
We plan on testing it, but depending upon those tests and because of some discrepancies in the prior records that we have, we would not be comfortable closing out this action because we may need some assistance from the court in getting better answers on the embryo history of the retrieval group going forward.
Fertility Center of Orlando is facing multiple lawsuits. It has since shut down operations. Now, according to court records, attorneys for the couple say they've received information suggesting, quote, laboratory clinic errors involving embryos. They're still investigating to see what mistakes were made and who else may be held responsible. Erica Bergoglio, News 6.
Well, what you're seeing right here, pictures of heavy smoke from a Volusia County fire. People worried about ash raining down as the fire carried on. Now, this fire, nearly 600 acres in the Woodruff National Refuge area. News 6's Catherine Silver is giving us an update on this strange scene.
Our newsroom started getting calls from people who saw ash falling from the sky this weekend. Then we saw all the people talking about this wildfire on social media. I want to show you some of the pictures that we have received. Look at the ash on the hood of this car parked near the Volusia and Lake County border. People woke up to their cars covered in the DeLand area. Here's another view from DeLand of the smoke this morning. This was taken by a driver on International Speedway Boulevard when she saw the smoke in the distance. Since we've been here, we haven't seen any smoke, just a lot of rain. The water is hopefully helping crews contain this 600-acre wildfire, but there has also been thunder and lightning, and the local fire union says they believe a lightning strike is what started this fire in the first place. Volusia County says the fire is not burning near any buildings, but their crews are still keeping an eye on it and they're ready to help if needed. Right now, everything is being handled by the Florida Forest Service along with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. In Volusia County, I'm Catherine Silver, News 6.
All right, turning now to our forecast. You know, the rain we've seen lately is the kind of weather we pray for, but the thing we don't want, the severe stuff that comes with it, with the lightning and everything that may have started that fire.
And that's exactly what we've seen, Ginger, over the last few days. And keep in mind, we are still extremely dry. We are in extreme, severe drought conditions, I should say. So that mixed in with the incredible lightning shows that we've seen with the storms the past few afternoons can really quickly start those brush fires. Fortunately, with last check at FWC, that fire has been 100% contained. And right now, towards Volusia County, that's pretty much the hotspot to see those showers to help with any brush fires that may remain out there, especially from Merritt Island all the way up through Daytona Beach and into Flagler County as well. Starting to backtrack west a little bit towards Goldenrod into the very eastern portions of Winter Park as well, but up towards Oak Hill, Edgewater, Ponce Inlet, Daytona Beach. Much lighter rainfall since we last spoke about 20 minutes ago, but still very persistent rainfall that's going up the Flagler County beaches as well, toward Flagler Beach all the way up towards Palm Coast. And they're really pretty much going to hover around this area for the next couple of hours as our sea breeze is pinned right along the coastline thanks to our predominantly westerly flow. So we'll keep these showers right along the I-95 corridor to the beaches till about 8 o'clock this evening. And then after that, we'll start to see drier conditions along the beaches. However, if you are currently to the west of 95, especially near I-4, much of us are pretty much done with the showers for the rest of the afternoon. Overnight tonight, we'll just see some passing clouds clouds into our skies past 10 o'clock tonight, and we'll dry things out. So Henry and Harvey, who look like some rebel rousers, can get their nice little walk in later on this evening. Notice past 9 o'clock, rain chances pretty much done at that point. We'll drop down to the low 80s by midnight, only doing upper 70s to low 80s at the beaches tonight because of that southwest wind. And it's going to be very humid from all the showers that we've seen over the last couple of days. That mixed in for tomorrow morning means that we'll be on the dry side, but very warm to start off the day. We'll very quickly heat up to the mid-90s tomorrow afternoon, just after lunchtime, and that's going to be the spark to get those showers and thunderstorms going. Between I-4 and I-75, the best chance for spotty showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is between 12 and 3. Then after 3 o'clock, that predominantly shifts east of I-4 and favors the beaches for the second half of the afternoon and into the evening, very similar to what we saw this afternoon. And we'll start to dry things out past sunset. So high temperatures tomorrow getting into the mid-90s. Feels like temperatures up to 105 once again tomorrow afternoon. So because of that, the National Weather Service has issued a heat risk for all of Central Florida. Notice a major heat risk for pretty much all of our counties tomorrow afternoon, as we expect that humidity, those feels like temperatures, to really be on the high side. And that's going to be the thing for the next few days. You'll notice temperatures into the mid-90s through Friday, but check out these feels like temperatures: 100, 103 Thursday, up to 107 by Friday afternoon. And that's dangerous if you're out there for an extreme period of time. So be sure to take breaks indoors if you have any outdoor plans and stay well hydrated. And the culprit for that is this huge dome of high pressure building over the Gulf and into the western Atlantic. That's going to predominantly sit right on top of Florida as we push towards the end of the week. So that means we're going to keep those temperatures elevated, those feels like temperatures even higher as well. So you'll notice mid-90s at least through Friday. We do get a cold front trying to squeak in by the weekend, so let's get you more on that weekend forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Strata Services.
Up to 60% chance of scattered showers and storms on Saturday, Sunday, first day of summer, and Father's Day. We will get those afternoon showers and storms and highs in the low 90s, so be sure to take Dad golfing earlier in the day. We'll be right back.
Here's a look at your top stories tonight. A huge update in the case of a Titusville teenager killed on a Carnival cruise ship. News 6 has obtained a court record that shows a judge has ordered Anna Kepner's stepbrother into custody. Timothy Hudson is accused of killing Kepner during the family trip. A federal grand jury indicted Hudson on charges of murder and sexual abuse. A man who told police he shot his friend in self-defense is now facing a first-degree murder charge. Claremont police say Kirby Smith killed Michael Rodriguez during a shooting at a home on Linton Court last month. Smith is now being held in jail on no bond. State Attorney General James F. Meyer is accusing TikTok of breaking Florida's social media laws. In the lawsuit, the AG claims the site allows kids under 14 years old to keep accounts. Back in 2024, though, leaders passed a state law banning people 13 years and younger from having those accounts. All right, how's it looking out there right now, Jordan?
Still watching some showers, especially towards the Volusia County coastline. You can see that on the radar this evening. We are improving in the intensity side of things, but still some consistent rainfall from Flagler Beach all the way down through Titusville and into Merritt Island. This is starting to back out a little bit westward towards the Goldenrod, eastern side of Winter Springs area. We're going to continue to see these showers and storms hovering predominantly along the eastern coastline until about 9 o'clock this evening. We have a very weak sea breeze that's just pinned along the coastline this evening. So we'll keep those showers around until about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. Then we start to be on the dry side of things. So if you do want to walk the dog later on this evening, if you're around I-4 and westward, you should be fine for the rest of the day. If you're east of there, some showers and storms till about 9 o'clock tonight.
All right, so plan accordingly. Jordan, thank you. And thank you for watching. More news at 9 o'clock on clickorlando.com and the News 6 Plus streaming app. Until then, have a great night and stay dry. Bye. I'm News 6 anchor Ginger Gadsden. Here's a look at today's top stories. Volusia Sheriff's Office deputies were called to a home on Valley Drive in Daytona Beach around 5:30 Monday morning for reports of shots fired. Investigators say the ex-boyfriend of a woman who lived there, 26-year-old Bernard Millsap, kicked in the door, fired a gun at least once, and then ran off. No one was hurt in this. Millsap was arrested at his apartment in Holly Hill. The Poinciana area is under a precautionary boil water advisory. The Toho Water Authority issuing it for the area on the map you see right there on your screen. They say there was a loss of power at the area water treatment facility, causing a loss in water pressure. A 2-day minimum of regulatory testing is required to make sure the water meets drinking water standards. An update will be provided by Wednesday. And a new way to cap off a night at Epic Universe. Universal Orlando announced on social media that they've added a new show at Epic Universe, Universe Celestial Goodnight. The show will feature fireworks, dancing fountains, and music at the park. The show is set to premiere on July 7th. That's it for now. We'll have a look at your forecast in the next 15 minutes.
Heat is building all across Central Florida with a heat risk in place for your Tuesday. I have your full forecast coming up at 11. Was that good? Too long? Too short? Perfect? Okay. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm tracking building heat all across Central Florida. Your forecast tonight. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. And a good Monday evening, Central Florida. The showers and thunderstorms along the coastline are starting to fade and will continue to do so, and we'll see drier conditions past 9 o'clock this evening. Temperatures, though, definitely going to be on the warm side of things, only into the upper 70s to low 80s tonight, thanks to a southwest wind keeping us warm, and also all the humidity from the showers over the last couple days. That's going to act as an inhibiting factor to keep our temperatures from dropping too much more than the upper 70s. Now, for tomorrow morning, we'll see nice dry conditions for the morning commute. It will be very warm and humid, though. Already feels like temperatures into the low 90s by about 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning. By lunchtime, mostly dry conditions, maybe an isolated shower near I-75, but between I-75 and I-4, between 1 and 3 o'clock is going to be the best chance to see some spotty showers and storms developing along our southwest winds. Now, pushing past that, say between 4 to 6 o'clock, it's going to be very similar to what we saw on Monday. Those shower chances favoring I-95 and the coastline as our sea breeze tries to push inland, but our southwest wind pins it right along the coastline. So between I-4 and I-95 till about 7 to 8 o'clock, that's going to be the hot spot for those showers and storms. We'll keep them pinned along the coastline till about 9 to 10 o'clock on Tuesday evening, and then dry things out past that. But on top of the showers, it's the heat that we really need to talk about. We'll be doing mid-90s tomorrow afternoon, but those feels like temperatures are going to be between 100 and 105. So the National Weather Service has issued a heat risk for pretty much all of Central Florida. You notice those shades of red. That's a major heat risk, as we do anticipate that heat to be having an impact on your body if you're out there for an extended period of time. And in fact, it actually gets even hotter over the next few days. You notice those air temperatures hovering around 95 degrees through Friday, but check out those feels like temperatures up to 107 degrees by Friday afternoon. Extremely sultry conditions, all thanks to a huge ridge of high pressure that's continuing to build from Mexico through the Gulf and into the Atlantic, and that's going to be sticking around through the rest of this week. And in fact, that high is going to park itself right over the state of Florida. So that means those extremely warm conditions are here to stay. And you'll see that on the 7-day forecast, mid-90s through Thursday. We do get a cold front trying to push into North Florida by this weekend. That means we'll start to elevate those rain chances once again. So if you want to take dad to a tea time, be sure to do it in the morning on Sunday.
DeLand police are starting a zero-tolerance crackdown in the downtown area on e-bikes and bicycles, and it could cost violators hundreds of dollars, even a trip to jail. This comes after months of complaints from business owners and people who live there. Your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed is in downtown DeLand with a look.
DeLand police have been down here in downtown, stopping people from riding not only e-bikes, but bikes, scooters, and skateboards on the sidewalks here. The city set new rules about it back in May, and since then it's given over a dozen violations, many of those being citations, but they even had one arrest. And during that time, they were focusing really on trying to educate people about the new rules. But now they say they're starting their zero-tolerance crackdown on the violators.
A person is coming out that door and somebody is flying by on that bike, somebody is going to get injured.
And as I was interviewing Krista Yates, a downtown business owner inside her store.
And when they go rolling right there, like that, well, and more like that.
Two kids on skateboards went flying by, a problem she says she's glad to see police cracking down on.
We've seen a lot of police activity lately, especially during the day.
We do not want to arrest anybody for riding a bike on a sidewalk, but sometimes that is the step we have to take.
The city now bans micro-mobility devices like e-bikes and scooters on sidewalks, a $250 fine for a first offense, and an arrestable offense for another violation. They're also cracking down on helmets. Anyone under 18 now has to wear one.
Now we're on full-blown enforcement. We still stop people, we still educate them, but if we've stopped you a couple of times, we've told you a couple of times, that's when citations and different punishments come into effect.
Now I asked the city what people should do if they want to ride bikes around the downtown area, especially since 1792 or Woodland Boulevard here is extremely busy and does not have any bike lanes. The city says it completely understands that. Please don't ride them in the street where it's not safe. They suggest parking your bike on one of the side roads and locking it up, or if you want to keep it with you, walking it on the sidewalk downtown with you. I'm your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed, News 6.
Tonight, Lady Lake police are sharing video as they stopped a man for speeding, but that wasn't the most interesting part of this story.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
It's a nice pink suit you got there.
Yeah, I know.
So
I bought it like 2 days ago.
All right, police say 58-year-old John Benz, you see here in that spiffy pink suit, was clocked going 60 in a 45. He was riding a motorized three-wheeler. Police then learned Benz had no paperwork for the vehicle, nor did he have a driver's license. It was suspended. He even told them why.
what happened in Alachua County where you didn't pay a traffic fine?
My license was revoked. I mean, why pay a fine? I think the fine was for like a parking old fine, but why pay it if I'm not gonna get my license back?
Turns out Benz has pleaded guilty 8 times for driving without a license, yet he seemed surprised when officers cuffed him and took him to jail Saturday night. A new way to cap off an epic day at the theme parks was just announced. Universal Orlando announced on social media that they are adding a new show at Epic Universe, Universal Celestial Goodnight. The show will feature fireworks, dancing fountains, and music at the park. Crews drain pools in Celestial Park to work on upgrades to those dancing fountains. That work has been going on for months now. The show is set to premiere on July 7th. As news stories are still shaping up each afternoon, we are bringing them to you live right here from our newsroom. So join us for News 6 at 3 o'clock. I hope to see you tomorrow.